Heavier-than-air flying machines are impossible. Lord Kelvin, President of the Royal Society, 1895. 4 years later, 2 bicycle mechanics from Ohio proved him wrong in 12 seconds over 120 feet of North Carolina sand. The world has never been the same. The telephone was inherently of no value. Edison's electric light was a conspicuous failure. The doctrine of contagion was the greatest impediment to medicine. Photography would kill painting. The internet would collapse by 1996. Blockbuster never saw Netflix coming, and no one needed a computer at home. How could some of the smartest people in the world get it so wrong? Not because they were stupid, because they were trapped. Trapped by what they already knew. Trapped by the world they could see. This series is not about 8 isolated blunders. It is about one repeating pattern, the failure of expertise to see past itself. The smartest people in history have a habit of being spectacularly wrong. The question is whether we are smart enough to notice when it happens again. Heavier-than-air flying machines are impossible. December 17, 1903. Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. A machine made of spruce, muslin, and wire rises 12 feet off the ground and travels 120 feet in 12 seconds. How could the smartest man in British science get it so completely wrong? In 1895, the fastest a human being could travel on land was roughly 100 miles per hour, achieved only in experimental railway conditions and sustained for seconds. The practical speed of commerce and communication was the speed of a steam locomotive, 40 to 50 miles per hour on a good line. Crossing the Atlantic took 5 to 7 days by ship. Crossing the continental United States took 4 days by rail. Distance was the fundamental constraint of human civilization. It determined where armies could be deployed, where goods could be sold, where a person could reasonably spend a life. The idea that this constraint might be abolished, that a machine heavier than air might carry human beings through the sky at speeds no locomotive could match, was not merely unproven. It appeared, to the best scientific minds of the era, to violate the basic logic of physics. The sky belonged to birds and balloons. Balloons worked because they were lighter than air. Everything else fell. This was not superstition. This was Newton. To understand why Lord Kelvin's dismissal was not foolish but reasonable, one must enter the world of 1895. The Royal Society was the oldest and most prestigious scientific institution in the English-speaking world. Its president was William Thomson, 1st Baron Kelvin, the man who had helped lay the transatlantic telegraph cable, who had formulated the absolute temperature scale that bears his name, who had published more than 600 scientific papers. When Kelvin spoke about the physical limits of technology, the world listened, and Kelvin had done the mathematics. He had calculated that a flying machine would require an engine producing at least 100 horsepower for every ton of weight. No existing engine came close. The steam engines of the day produced perhaps 1 horsepower for every 200 pounds of machinery. The gap between what was possible and what was required was not marginal, it was a chasm. The Wright brothers would eventually bridge that chasm not by building a more powerful engine, but by understanding that the problem was not power alone. It was control. Wilbur Wright was born in 1867, Orville in 1871. Their father was a bishop in the Church of the United Brethren in Christ. Neither attended college. They ran a bicycle repair shop in Dayton, Ohio, the Wright Cycle Company, at 127 West 3rd Street. What distinguished them from the dozens of other inventors attempting flight was not resources. Samuel Pierpont Langley, secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, had $50,000 in government funding and a team of professional engineers. The Wrights had approximately $1,000 of their own money and each other. What distinguished them was method. Where other inventors attempted to build a powered machine and then learn to control it, the Wrights decided to learn control first. Between 1900 and 1902, they made more than 1,000 glider flights at Kitty Hawk, systematically testing wing shapes, control surfaces, and the relationship between lift, drag, and stability. They built their own wind tunnel in the back of the bicycle shop, a wooden box 6 feet long with a fan at one end, and tested more than 200 wing designs. They discovered that the accepted Smeaton coefficient used to calculate lift was wrong. They corrected it themselves. When they finally attached an engine, a 12-horsepower 4-cylinder unit they designed and built because no automobile manufacturer could supply one light enough, they were not guessing. They had already solved the problem of control. The engine was almost an afterthought. The critics who dismissed their efforts were not fools. They were working from the best available data. The French Academy of Sciences had declared heavier-than-air flight a mathematical impossibility as recently as 1896. The editor of the Scientific American had written that no combination of known materials could produce wings strong enough to lift a man and light enough to fly. The German engineer, Hermann von Helmholtz, one of the most respected physicists of the 19th century, had published a proof that flight by mechanical means was impossible. These were not casual dismissals. They were arguments grounded in the physics of the era. The problem was not that the skeptics were stupid. The problem was that the Wrights had discovered something the skeptics had not accounted for: the possibility of learning to fly. The skeptics assumed that a flying machine, if it could be built at all, would need to be stable by design, that the pilot would be a passenger. The Wrights understood that the pilot would be a partner, that the machine would be inherently unstable, and that the pilot's skill would make it fly. On the morning of December 17, 1903, the wind at Kill Devil Hills was blowing at 27 miles per hour. The Wrights had waited for days. The cold was bitter. The 5 witnesses who had agreed to come, 3 members of the Kill Devil Hills life-saving station, a local businessman, and a boy of 16, stood on the sand and watched. Orville lay prone on the lower wing. The engine sputtered and caught. The flyer moved down the rail. Wilbur ran alongside, steadying the wing. The machine lifted. It rose unevenly, darting up and down, struggling against the wind. It remained in the air for 12 seconds. It traveled 120 feet. It landed hard, damaging the skids. That was it. 12 seconds, 120 feet. A flight shorter than the wingspan of a Boeing 747. 3 more flights followed that morning. The longest, piloted by Wilbur, covered 852 feet in 59 seconds. Then a gust of wind caught the machine and rolled it across the sand, destroying it. The Wrights walked back to their camp and cooked dinner. They sent a telegram to their father: success, 4 flights. Average speed, 31 miles per hour. Informed press. The press did not believe it. The Dayton Journal declined to publish the story, considering it too improbable to be true. The world changed slowly. For 2 years after Kitty Hawk, the Wrights flew only in secret, protecting their patents. In 1905, they made a flight of 24 miles, circling over a pasture for 39 minutes. The local farmers who saw it thought they had witnessed a miracle. The military remained unconvinced. In 1908, Wilbur traveled to France and demonstrated the flyer before crowds of thousands. The French, who had been certain that flight was impossible, watched in silence as the machine banked and turned and landed precisely where its pilot intended. The silence broke into applause that lasted for minutes. The turning point was specific and dramatic. On September 17, 1908, Orville was demonstrating the flyer at Fort Myer, Virginia, for the United States Army. A propeller blade cracked. The machine plunged to the ground. Orville was injured. His passenger, Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge, became the first person killed in a powered aircraft. The Army was not deterred. They had seen what the machine could do. They ordered their first aircraft. The world followed. By 1914, aircraft had dropped bombs in combat. By 1918, the skies over Europe were filled with thousands of them. The technology that had been declared impossible had become an instrument of war within 15 years. How the world changed is measured in numbers that defeat the imagination. In 1903, the fastest a human being could travel was 100 miles per hour, achieved only in experimental conditions. In 1969, humans traveled at 25,000 miles per hour to reach the moon. The aircraft that carried them was the Saturn V, a machine that generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, a power that Lord Kelvin could not have conceived, let alone calculated. The unintended consequences were as profound as the intended ones. The airplane did not merely shrink distance. It reshaped the human sense of time. A journey that had taken weeks now took hours. The Atlantic became a commuter route. The Pacific became a day trip. Cities grew around airports. Industries were born: tourism, air freight, international business, that could not have existed without the machine that the smartest people in the world had declared impossible. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is more subtle and more unsettling. The experts were right about the evidence they had. They were wrong about the evidence they could not imagine. The Wrights did not violate physics. They discovered physics that the physics of 1895 had not yet accounted for: the aerodynamics of curved surfaces, the behavior of air at low speeds, the relationship between instability and maneuverability. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The Wrights did not build their machine in a vacuum of ignorance. They built it in a fog of certainty, the certainty of the most credentialed minds of their age, that what they were attempting was not merely difficult, but demonstrably impossible. Lord Kelvin was not alone. Simon Newcomb, the most celebrated American astronomer of his era and a professor at Johns Hopkins University, published a mathematical proof in 1902, 1 year before Kitty Hawk, demonstrating that heavier-than-air flight was physically impossible. His argument, published in The Independent, concluded, "The demonstration that no possible combination of known substances, known forms of machinery, and known forms of force can be united in a practical machine by which men shall fly long distances through the air seems to the writer as complete as it is possible for the reasoning of any physical science to be." Newcomb was not a crank. He had calculated the speed of light. He had reformed the mathematical basis of celestial mechanics. His dismissal of flight carried the full weight of his considerable reputation. The New York Times, on October 9, 1903, 69 days before Kitty Hawk, published an editorial arguing that a flying machine might be developed at the combined effort of mathematicians and mechanicians, but that this would require from 1 to 10 million years. The editorial was prompted by Langley's second failed attempt to launch his great aerodrome from a houseboat on the Potomac River. The machine had plunged directly into the water. The Times noted that Langley had the backing of the War Department and the Smithsonian and had still failed, and concluded that the problem was effectively unsolvable in any practical time frame. Octave Chanute, a respected civil engineer who had himself experimented with gliders and corresponded warmly with the Wrights, told them in 1901 that he doubted they would solve the control problem in their lifetimes. Chanute had built his own gliders. He had published extensively on aviation. He was the closest thing the field had to a father figure. And he believed the Wrights were chasing a dream that would outlive them. Why did these intelligent, experienced, well-informed men reach conclusions that proved so spectacularly wrong? The answer lies in the nature of evidence itself. The physics of 1895 was not wrong. Newton's laws were correct. The problem was that the relevant physics had not yet been discovered. The Wrights did not violate the laws of motion. They discovered aerodynamic principles that the equations of 1895 had no terms for: the behavior of air over a curved surface at low speeds, the relationship between wing aspect ratio and lift, the critical importance of three-axis control. The Smeaton coefficient, a constant used in every calculation of lift, had been accepted as correct for over a century. The Wrights discovered it was wrong by roughly 30%. They built their own wind tunnel to confirm the correction. Every expert who had declared flight impossible had used the wrong number. Wilbur Wright was born in 1867, Orville in 1871. Their father was a bishop in the Church of the United Brethren in Christ. Neither attended college. They ran a bicycle repair shop in Dayton, Ohio, the Wright Cycle Company, at 127 West 3rd Street. What distinguished them from the dozens of other inventors attempting flight was not resources. Samuel Pierpont Langley, secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, had $50,000 in government funding and a team of professional engineers. The Wrights had approximately $1,000 of their own money and each other. What distinguished them was method. Where other inventors attempted to build a powered machine and then learn to control it, the Wrights decided to learn control first. Between 1900 and 1902, they made more than 1,000 glider flights at Kitty Hawk, systematically testing wing shapes, control surfaces, and the relationship between lift, drag, and stability. They built their own wind tunnel in the back of the bicycle shop, a wooden box 6 feet long with a fan at one end, and tested more than 200 wing designs. They discovered that the accepted Smeaton coefficient used to calculate lift was wrong. They corrected it themselves. When they finally attached an engine, a 12-horsepower 4-cylinder unit they designed and built because no automobile manufacturer could supply one light enough, they were not guessing. They had already solved the problem of control. The engine was almost an afterthought. December 17, 1903. Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. The temperature was just above freezing. The wind was blowing at 27 miles per hour from the north. 5 witnesses stood on the sand, 3 men from the Kill Devil Hills life-saving station, a local businessman, and a boy of 16. At 10:35 a.m., the flyer left the rail. Orville lay prone on the lower wing, his hips in a cradle that operated the wing warping mechanism. The machine rose uncertainly, stalled, dropped, rose again. It flew for 12 seconds. It covered 120 feet. It landed as hard as it had taken off. The telegram they sent to their father read, "Success 4 flights." Thursday morning, all against 21-mile wind, started from level with engine power alone. Average speed through air 31 miles longest. 57 seconds informed press home Christmas. The press did not inform the world. The news was not believed. The Associated Press, after investigation, declined to publish the story. The New York Times did not mention the flight. The world's most credentialed experts had declared the thing impossible, and the world had believed them. It took 5 years for the Wrights to convince the world that they had actually flown. They spent those years refining their machine, making longer flights, demonstrating controlled turns and figure eights. In 1905, they flew for 39 minutes and covered 24 miles. In 1908, Wilbur flew in France and Orville flew in Virginia, and the world finally watched. The transformation that followed was not gradual. In 1909, Louis Blériot crossed the English Channel. In 1914, the first commercial airline began service between St. Petersburg and Tampa. In 1918, the United States Postal Service began airmail. By 1927, Charles Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic alone. By 1939, Pan Am was flying passengers across the Atlantic in luxury. The airplane did not merely shrink distance. It reshaped the human sense of time. A journey that had taken weeks now took hours. The Atlantic became a commuter route. The Pacific became a day trip. Cities grew around airports. Industries were born: tourism, air freight, international business that could not have existed without the machine that the smartest people in the world had declared impossible. The unintended consequences were as profound as the intended ones. The airplane made war total. It brought bombs to civilian cities, turned the ocean from a barrier into a highway for invasion, and created the possibility of annihilation from above. The same machine that carried families to holidays carried armies to battlefields. And the airplane carried human beings to the moon. The Saturn V that launched Apollo 11 in 1969 generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, a power that Lord Kelvin could not have conceived, let alone calculated. The aircraft that carried Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin to the lunar surface was, in its fundamental principles, the same machine that the Wrights had flown 66 years earlier: a wing, a control surface, an engine, and the courage to leave the ground. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is more subtle and more unsettling. The experts were right about the evidence they had. They were wrong about the evidence they could not imagine. The Wrights did not violate physics. They discovered physics that the physics of 1895 had not yet accounted for: the aerodynamics of curved surfaces, the behavior of air at low speeds, the relationship between instability and maneuverability. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. To understand why Lord Kelvin, Simon Newcomb, and the editors of the New York Times were not being foolish, it is necessary to understand what the historical record actually showed by 1903. Every serious attempt at powered heavier-than-air flight had failed. Otto Lilienthal, the most accomplished glider pilot in history, had died in 1896 when his glider stalled and he fell 15 meters to the ground. His last words, according to witnesses, were, "Let me go, he had broken his spine." The photographs of his flights, published in scientific journals around the world, showed a man who understood the air better than any living person, and the air had killed him anyway. Hiram Maxim, inventor of the machine gun and one of the most capable engineers alive, had spent years and a fortune on a steam-powered flying machine that briefly left its test track in 1894 and immediately broke apart. The machine weighed 3.5 tons. Its wings spanned 104 feet. It generated 360 horsepower. And it proved only that a steam engine powerful enough to lift a man could not be built light enough to keep him in the air. Maxim abandoned the project. He concluded that powered flight would require an engine that did not yet exist and might never exist. Clement Adet, the French engineer, claimed to have achieved brief powered flight in 1897, but produced no witnesses and no evidence that was accepted by the scientific community. His machine, the Avion 3, had bat-like wings and a 4-cylinder steam engine. The French military had funded him. After his demonstration, which most observers described as a short, uncontrolled hop, the funding was withdrawn and the project was classified as a failure. Adet died in 1925, still insisting that he had flown first, still unable to prove it. Langley's great aerodrome, backed by the full prestige of the Smithsonian and $50,000 in War Department funding, had twice plunged into the Potomac. The first launch, on October 7, 1903, ended with the machine falling into the river seconds after leaving the catapult. The second launch, on December 8, 1903, 9 days before the Wrights flew, ended the same way. The aerodrome folded like a paper lantern and sank. The newspapers mocked Langley. Congress investigated the waste of public money. Langley died in 1906, a broken and humiliated man, convinced that he had been right and that the world had been unfair. The rational inference from this evidence was not that flight was nearly achieved. It was that flight was not achievable with known materials and methods. Simon Newcomb's mathematical argument was not wrong given his assumptions. He had calculated that a flying machine would require an engine producing at least 10 horsepower for every 100 pounds of weight, a power-to-weight ratio that no existing engine could achieve. The Wrights had corrected the Smeaton coefficient, the standard value used to calculate lift, from 0.05 to 0.03, a 40% reduction that fundamentally altered every calculation. But Newcomb did not know that, because the Wrights had not published their wind tunnel results. The skeptics were reasoning from the best available evidence. The best available evidence pointed firmly in the wrong direction. The Wrights had done something that the scientific method, as practiced in 1903, could not account for. They had discovered data that contradicted the foundational assumptions of the field, and they had kept that data secret while they perfected their machine. They were not being secretive out of malice. They were protecting their invention from competitors. But the secrecy meant that the scientific community continued to reason from incorrect premises. The error was not in the reasoning. The error was in the premises. And the premises could not be corrected until the Wrights chose to reveal their work. At 10,035 in the morning of December 17, 1903, Orville Wright lay prone on the lower wing of the flyer, gripped the controls, and the machine rose from the rail at Kill Devil Hills. It flew for 12 seconds and covered 120 feet. The altitude was approximately 10 feet. The speed was roughly 6 miles per hour into a 27 mile per hour headwind. It was, by any later standard, barely a flight at all. It was also the first time in the history of the human species that a machine heavier than air had lifted itself from the ground under its own power and flown under the control of a pilot. They flew 4 times that day. The longest flight, by Wilbur, lasted 59 seconds and covered 852 feet. The 4th flight ended when a gust of wind caught the flyer and rolled it over on the sand, damaging it beyond immediate repair. 5 witnesses were present. 3 men from the Kill Devil Hills life-saving station: John T. Daniels, Will Doe, and W.S. Doe, a local businessman named John T. Daniels, and a 17-year-old boy named Johnny Moore. Daniels photographed the first flight on the Wright's own camera. The photograph, Orville in the air, Wilbur running alongside, is one of the most consequential images in human history. And then, almost nothing happened. The The Wrights sent a telegram to their father in Dayton. Success. 4 flights. Thursday morning, all against 21-mile wind, started from level, with engine power alone. Average speed through air 31 miles longest, 57 seconds, informed press. The Associated Press received a garbled version, and most newspapers declined to run it. The Norfolk Virginian pilot ran a wildly inaccurate account, claiming a 3-mile flight and a speed of 40 miles per hour. Most editors simply did not believe it. The Wrights returned to Dayton and continued working in near total obscurity. They offered their invention to the United States War Department, which declined to investigate. They offered it to the British War Office, which declined. They offered it to the French government, which expressed polite interest and then ignored them. It was not until 1905, when they flew for 39 minutes continuously over Huffman Prairie outside Dayton, in front of witnesses including local farmers and a trolley car full of passengers, that the reality began to penetrate. The flight was witnessed by dozens of people. The train from Dayton to Springfield passed within a quarter mile of the field. Passengers saw the machine in the air. The news spread by word of mouth. Even then, Scientific American did not acknowledge the flights until 1908. The world required 5 years to believe what had already happened. The Wrights flew publicly for the first time in Europe in 1908. Wilbur demonstrated the flyer at Le Mans, France, before a crowd that included the leading aviators of Europe. He flew circles, figure eights, and sustained flights of more than an hour. The French aviators, who had been working on flight for years, watched in silence. Then they applauded. Then they admitted that they had been wrong. The Wrights had solved problems they had not even known existed. The Wrights had been right all along. The world that followed is the world we inhabit. The airplane collapsed distance. It made the Atlantic Ocean a day-long journey and the Pacific Ocean a day-long journey. It made the Earth smaller than any generation before 1903 could have imagined. It carried goods across continents in hours instead of weeks. It carried human beings to every corner of the planet. It made the global economy possible. It made the global pandemic possible. It made the global culture possible. The airplane did not merely change transportation, it changed the scale of human life. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is more subtle and more unsettling. The experts were right about the evidence they had. They were wrong about the evidence they could not imagine. The Wrights did not violate physics. They discovered physics that the physics of 1895 had not yet accounted for. The aerodynamics of curved surfaces, the behavior of air at low speeds, the relationship between instability and maneuverability. The skeptics had the best data available. The data was incomplete. The data is always incomplete. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The world that followed is the world we inhabit. The airplane collapsed distance. It made the Atlantic Ocean a day-long journey and the Pacific Ocean a day-long journey. It made the Earth smaller than any generation before 1903 could have imagined. It carried goods across continents in hours instead of weeks. It carried human beings to every corner of the planet. It made the global economy possible. It made the global pandemic possible. It made the global culture possible. The airplane did not merely change transportation, it changed the scale of human life. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is more subtle and more unsettling. The experts were right about the evidence they had. They were wrong about the evidence they could not imagine. The Wrights did not violate physics. They discovered physics that the physics of 1895 had not yet accounted for. The aerodynamics of curved surfaces, the behavior of air at low speeds, the relationship between instability and maneuverability. The skeptics had the best data available. The data was incomplete. The data is always incomplete. The military implications were understood almost immediately, once belief caught up with reality. By 1914, every major power was developing military aircraft. By 1918, aerial combat had become a distinct form of warfare. Reconnaissance from the air had transformed battlefield intelligence, and strategic bombing had been attempted. The men who had dismissed the airplane as impossible were now being bombed by it. The same institutions that had refused to fund the Wrights were now spending millions on aircraft production. The same engineers who had declared powered flight a violation of physics were now designing wings and engines. Belief had caught up with reality, but only because reality had become undeniable. By 1927, Charles Lindbergh's 33.5-hour solo crossing of the Atlantic had made the compression of distance viscerally real to the entire world. A single man, in a single-engine airplane named the Spirit of St. Sea, Louis had done what the fastest ocean liner needed 5 days to accomplish. The crowd that greeted him at Le Bourget Field in Paris was estimated at 150,000 people. They had not come to see a man, they had come to see what was now possible. By 1935, Pan American Airways was operating trans-Pacific service from San Francisco to Manila, a journey that took 6 days and required a flying boat capable of landing on water at intermediate islands. The China Clipper, a Martin M134 engine seaplane, carried 48 passengers and a crew of 12 across an ocean that had been crossed by air for the first time only 8 years earlier. The speed of global travel was accelerating faster than any human institution could adjust. By 1958, the Boeing 707 had made transatlantic flight routine. A passenger could board an airplane in New York and step off in London 7 hours later. The journey that had taken Columbus 10 weeks, that had taken the steamship 5 days, that had taken Lindbergh 33 hours, was now a working day. The airplane had become not a miracle, but a convenience. By the end of the 20th century, approximately 4 billion passengers per year were traveling by air. That is more than half the human population of the planet, every year, lifted into the sky by machines that Lord Kelvin had declared impossible. The global supply chain, the system by which a smartphone assembled in China from components manufactured in a dozen countries reaches a consumer in Ohio within days of ordering, is structurally dependent on air freight. The fresh produce that appears in supermarkets in winter, the pharmaceuticals that arrive at hospitals within hours of being ordered, the spare parts that keep factories running on the other side of the world, all of them move through the air. The modern global economy, in its current form, is not possible without the machine that Lord Kelvin declared impossible. The cities that have grown to accommodate tens of millions of people, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, London, New York, depend on the continuous arrival and departure of aircraft carrying people, goods, and information. The global culture that allows a film made in Hollywood to be watched in a village in Kenya within weeks of its release depends on the movement of people and media through the air. The airplane did not merely change transportation, it changed what it means to be distant from another human being. The Wright Brothers were bicycle mechanics with no degrees, no institutional backing, and no government funding. They succeeded where credentialed, funded, institutionally supported engineers failed because they were willing to question an assumption, the Smeaton coefficient, that the credentialed engineers had accepted without testing. The men at the Smithsonian and the War Department and the French Academy of Sciences had not been lazy or stupid. They had been certain. Certainty was the obstacle. Today, the technologies drawing the most confident expert dismissal include nuclear fusion, which has been 30 years away for 70 years, and which several well-funded private companies now claim to be approaching on a 5-year timeline. The experts dismissing these claims are not stupid. They are reasoning from the historical record of fusion research, which is a record of consistent failure. That is exactly what Newcomb was doing in 1902. The critics of fusion, like the critics of flight, have the best data available. The data is incomplete. The data is always incomplete. The question is not whether the experts are wrong. The question is whether the current generation has the humility to recognize that its certainty may be the same. Certainty that told Lord Kelvin that heavier-than-air flight was impossible, that told Western Union that the telephone was a toy, that told Ken Olsen that nobody would want a computer at home. The pattern is not that experts are always wrong. The pattern is that experts are most wrong when they are most certain, when the evidence seems most complete, when the theoretical framework seems most secure. The Wrights did not defeat the skeptics by being smarter. They defeated the skeptics by being more curious. They did not know that flight was possible. They knew that the question had not been properly asked. The world that the Wrights made is the world we live in. It is a world where distance has been compressed to the point of invisibility. It is a world where a person can eat breakfast in New York and dinner in Paris. It is a world where a disease that emerges in Wuhan can be in London within 24 hours. It is a world where the global economy, the global culture, and the global pandemic are all consequences of a single 12-second flight on a winter morning in North Carolina. The lesson of the Wright Brothers is not that persistence overcomes skepticism. The lesson is that skepticism is not the same as wisdom. The most dangerous intellectual position is not ignorance. It is certainty dressed in the authority of the best available evidence. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The screen opens on a Western Union telegraph office in 1876. Rows of operators at brass keys, the room filled with the rhythmic clicking of Morse code. A title card, Western Union. The most powerful communications company in the world, 100,000 miles of telegraph wire. Then the quote, read without context. This telephone has too many shortcomings to be seriously considered as a means of communication. The device is inherently of no value to us. Another title card, Western Union's response to the offer to purchase all telephone patents for $100,000. Then what those patents became, the Bell Telephone Company, AT&T, the largest corporation in American history. How could the company that owned communication in America fail to recognize the future of communication? In 1876, the telegraph was 30 years old and had already transformed the world. Before it, the speed of information was the speed of a horse or a ship. A battle fought in the morning might not be reported in a city 50 miles away until the following day. The telegraph collapsed that delay to minutes. By 1876, Western Union operated more than 7,000 telegraph offices across the United States, employing approximately 12,000 people, with a network of wire stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific. This was not a primitive technology. It was a sophisticated, reliable, profitable, and deeply embedded infrastructure. Businesses had restructured themselves around it. Financial markets depended on it. Newspapers used it. Armies used it. The telegram was the internet of 1876, the essential medium of rapid communication. To use it, you went to a telegraph office, wrote your message, paid by the word, and a trained operator transmitted it in Morse code to another operator at the destination, who transcribed it and delivered it by messenger. The system worked. It was not fast by later standards, but it was incomparably faster than anything that had preceded it. The idea that this system might be replaced by a device that transmitted the human voice directly, with no trained operator required, no Morse code, no office visit, seemed to most informed observers not like progress, but like a solution to a problem that had already been solved. Alexander Graham Bell was born in Edinburgh in 1847. His grandfather had been a speech therapist. His father, Melville Bell, had invented visible speech, a phonetic notation system for teaching the deaf to speak. Bell himself had been hired by the Boston School for the Deaf. He was not an electrical engineer. He was a teacher of the deaf who had become obsessed with the mechanics of human speech. His interest in transmitting the voice electrically grew directly from his work with deaf students. He wanted to understand how sound became intelligible. He was working simultaneously on a harmonic telegraph, a device that would allow multiple telegraph messages to be sent simultaneously on a single wire by using different musical frequencies, which was the commercially valuable project that his financial backers cared about. The telephone emerged almost as a byproduct. On March 10, 1876, Bell transmitted the first intelligible sentence by telephone. "Watson, come here, I want to see you," spoken to his assistant Thomas Watson in the next room of their Boston workshop. The race to the patent office had been extraordinary. On February 14, 1876, Bell's attorney filed a patent application in Washington. Within hours, Elisha Gray, an electrical engineer at Western Electric who had been working on a similar device, filed a caveat describing his own design. The two filings arrived on the same day. Bell's arrived first. The subsequent legal battle produced 600 separate lawsuits and lasted 18 years. Bell won every one of them. The critics of the telephone were not fools. They were reasonable people making reasonable arguments based on the best available evidence. The first argument was technical. The telephone signal was weak, unreliable, and subject to interference. A telegraph message could be amplified and repeated over thousands of miles. The telephone voice faded to inaudibility after a few miles. The second argument was economic. The telephone required a dedicated wire between every pair of users. The telegraph could serve hundreds of customers from a single line. The economics of the telephone seemed, on paper, impossible. The third argument was social. Who would want to speak directly to strangers? The telegraph was impersonal, formal, professional. The telephone was intimate, immediate, domestic. It seemed to violate the boundaries of Victorian social life. Gardner Green Hubbard, Bell's financial backer and future father-in-law, struggled to interest anyone in the invention. He offered the telephone patents to Western Union for $100,000. Western Union declined. Their internal memo, written by a committee of engineers and executives, concluded that the telephone was inherently of no value to us. The reasoning was internally consistent. Western Union already owned the telegraph network. They already dominated communication. The telephone was a fragile, unproven technology that required a completely new infrastructure. Why would they invest in a competitor to their own successful system? The turning point came in 1877, when Bell and Watson demonstrated the telephone at a series of public lectures. They set up receivers in one room and transmitters in another, and invited audience members to speak and listen. The demonstrations were not flawless. The sound was often faint, distorted, or interrupted by static. But when it worked, it produced a reaction that the telegraph had never generated: wonder. A woman who had not heard her daughter's voice in 3 years heard it through the telephone wire. A musician in one room played a piano, and the audience in the other room heard it. The telegraph transmitted information. The telephone transmitted presence. The first telephone exchange opened in New Haven, Connecticut in January 1878. It served 21 subscribers. The switchboard was a wooden board with brass jacks. The operators were 2 teenage boys. The boys were soon replaced by young women who were judged to be more patient and polite with customers. The job of telephone operator became one of the first skilled technical positions open to women in America. By 1880, there were 30,000 telephones in the United States. By 1890, there were 200,000. By 1900, there were 1.5 million. Western Union, having rejected the telephone, spent the next 2 decades trying to catch up. They acquired their own telephone patents, built their own exchanges, and fought Bell in the courts and the marketplace. They never succeeded. The Bell system, protected by its patents and driven by the momentum of a technology that had become indispensable, grew into the largest corporation in the world. How the world changed is not a story of technology alone. It is a story of human relationships restructured. The telephone collapsed distance in a way the telegraph never could. The telegraph connected offices. The telephone connected people. A mother could hear her daughter's voice across a continent. A businessman could negotiate a deal in real time without leaving his desk. The social consequences were vast and largely unanticipated. The telephone made possible the modern city, where people could live in suburbs and work in downtown offices. It made possible the modern corporation, with branches in multiple cities coordinated by voice. It changed courtship, allowing young people to speak privately without chaperones. It changed news, allowing reporters to file stories from the scene. It changed emergency response, allowing citizens to call for help. The unintended outcome was that the telephone, designed for practical communication, became the medium of human connection. It was not a tool for transmitting information. It was a tool for transmitting the human voice, with all its emotion, hesitation, laughter, and love. The lesson of the telephone is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that experts are often right about the present and wrong about the future. Western Union's engineers were correct about the telephone's shortcomings in 1876. The signal was weak. The range was limited. The infrastructure was expensive. Every technical objection they raised was valid. What they could not see was that the shortcomings would be solved, and that the human desire to hear another person's voice would make the investment worthwhile. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The telephone, designed for practical communication, became the medium of human connection. It was not a tool for transmitting information. It was a tool for transmitting the human voice with all its emotion, hesitation, laughter, and love. The lesson of the telephone is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that experts are often right about the present and wrong about the future. Western Union's engineers were correct about the telephone's shortcomings in 1876. The signal was weak, the range was limited. The infrastructure was expensive. Every technical objection they raised was valid. What they could not see was that the shortcomings would be solved, and that the human desire to hear another person's voice would make the investment worthwhile. Alexander Graham Bell was born in Edinburgh in 1847, the second son of a family devoted to the mechanics of speech. His grandfather had been a speech therapist in London, treating aristocrats with stammering tongues. His father, Melville Bell, had invented visible speech, a phonetic notation system that mapped the positions of the tongue, lips, and palate onto paper, allowing the deaf to learn to speak by watching the shapes of sounds. Bell himself had been hired by the Boston School for the Deaf at age 24, a young man with a Scottish accent and a consuming curiosity about how sound became intelligible. He was not an electrical engineer. He was a teacher of the deaf who had become obsessed with the physics of vibration, the way a tuning fork could transmit its frequency through a wire, the way the human ear translated pressure waves into meaning. His interest in transmitting the voice electrically grew directly from his work with deaf students. He wanted to understand how sound became intelligible, and in trying to understand it, he began to wonder whether the voice itself could be sent along a wire the way Morse code was sent. He was working simultaneously on a harmonic telegraph, a device that would allow multiple telegraph messages to be sent simultaneously on a single wire by using different musical frequencies. This was the commercially valuable project that his financial backers cared about. The telephone emerged almost as a byproduct. On March 10, 1876, Bell transmitted the first intelligible sentence by telephone. He was in one room of his Boston workshop at 5 Exeter Place, his assistant Thomas Watson in the next room, a receiver pressed to his ear. Bell had spilled battery acid on his trousers. He said, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you." Watson heard every word. The sentence was not grand. It was not intended for history. It was the practical utterance of a man who needed help. And it was the first human voice to cross distance on a wire. The race to the patent office had been extraordinary. On February 14, 1876, Bell's attorney filed a patent application in Washington. Within hours, Elisha Gray, an electrical engineer at Western Electric who had been working on a similar device, filed a caveat describing his own design. The two filings arrived on the same day. Bell's arrived first. The subsequent legal battle produced 600 separate lawsuits and lasted 18 years. Bell won every one of them. But the legal victory did not create the telephone network. That required something the lawyers could not provide: belief. Western Union's rejection of the telephone patents was not an isolated act of corporate blindness. It reflected the considered judgment of the company's technical experts. William Orton, the president of Western Union, is reported to have said, "What use could this company make of an electrical toy?" The internal memorandum of 1876 was more measured but equally dismissive, citing the telephone's shortcomings. The distortion of the voice, the limited range, the lack of a written record, the impossibility of transmitting to multiple recipients simultaneously. These were not invented objections. They were real limitations of the device as it existed in 1876. The telephone's range in its first year was measured in hundreds of feet. The voice it transmitted was thin and distorted. There was no network, there were no exchanges, there were no operators, there was no infrastructure. There was just a box on a table that could, under favorable conditions, transmit a recognizable human voice to another box in the same building. Elisha Gray, whose own telephone design was arguably more technically sophisticated than Bell's, also initially failed to see the commercial potential of voice transmission, focusing instead on the harmonic telegraph. He believed the future belonged to multiplex telegraphy, not to voice. He was wrong. The British scientific establishment was similarly unimpressed. Sir William Preece, chief engineer of the British Post Office, told the Parliamentary Select Committee in 1876 that the telephone was an interesting curiosity, but that Britain had no need of it, because Britain had an abundance of messenger boys. The messenger boys were faster than the telephone for short distances. They could carry written messages. They did not require wires. They did not distort the voice. Preece was not being foolish, he was being rational. He was comparing a mature technology to an immature one. The critics sounded reasonable because they were reasonable. The telephone in 1876 was fragile, expensive, and limited. The telegraph was robust, profitable, and universal. The choice between them appeared obvious. What the critics could not see was that the telephone's limitations were not permanent. Within 2 years, the first telephone exchange opened in New Haven, Connecticut, in January 1878. It was a single room with a primitive switchboard and 2 teenage boys in waistcoats connecting calls with copper wires. Within 5 years, long-distance lines connected Boston to New York. Within 10 years, the telephone network covered the eastern United States. Within 30 years, there were more than 7 million telephones in America. The turning point was not a single invention, but a series of improvements that accumulated until the telephone became useful. The carbon microphone, invented by Thomas Edison and Emil Berliner in the late 1870s, amplified the voice and made it audible over longer distances. The switchboard, developed by the first telephone operators, created the network. The invention of the automatic exchange by Ullman Stroger in 1891 eliminated the need for operators and made the system scalable. The moment everything shifted was gradual, but one date stands out. On March 10, 1877, exactly 1 year after Bell's first sentence, the first telephone was installed in a private home. The subscriber was Charles Williams, a Boston businessman. The telephone was connected to his office. He could call home. The transformation that followed was not anticipated by anyone. The telephone did not replace the telegraph. It created an entirely new category of communication. The telegraph was for business. The telephone was for everyone. How the world changed is measured in numbers. In 1876, there were 0 telephones. In 1900, there were 1.4 million in the United States alone. In 1920, there were 13 million. By 1950, there were 43 million. The scale of the change was not merely quantitative. The telephone restructured human relationships. It allowed a daughter to call her mother across a city. It allowed a farmer to call a doctor. It allowed a soldier to call home from a base across the country. The unintended outcomes were as significant as the intended ones. The telephone created the possibility of the long-distance relationship. It made love across distance possible. It made grief across distance possible. It made the voice of a dying parent reachable from 1,000 miles away. The telephone changed the structure of cities. It allowed businesses to move away from the central business district. It allowed suburbs to grow. It allowed people to live farther from where they worked because they could stay in touch by voice. It changed news, allowing reporters to file stories from the scene. It changed emergency response, allowing citizens to call for help. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The telephone restructured human relationships. It allowed a daughter to call her mother across a city. It allowed a farmer to call a doctor. It allowed a soldier to call home from a base across the country. The unintended outcomes were as significant as the intended ones. The telephone created the possibility of the long-distance relationship. It made love across distance possible. It made grief across distance possible. It made the voice of a dying parent reachable from 1,000 miles away. The telephone changed the structure of cities. It allowed businesses to move away from the central business district. It allowed suburbs to grow. It allowed people to live farther from where they worked because they could stay in touch by voice. It changed news, allowing reporters to file stories from the scene. It changed emergency response, allowing citizens to call for help. But to understand why Western Union refused the telephone, one must understand the telegraph not as a primitive precursor, but as a mature, sophisticated, and deeply rational system. The telegraph worked through a trained labor force of operators who could transmit and receive at speeds of 40 words per minute. It used a standardized code that was universal across the network. It produced a written record, the telegram slip, that could be filed, referenced, and produced in court. The telephone, in its earliest form, offered none of these advantages. The voice was ephemeral, it left no paper trail. It required no trained operator, but it also required no trained operator, which meant that every conversation was an amateur performance, subject to misunderstanding, poor enunciation, and the variable quality of early transmitters. The economic argument against the telephone was even more formidable than the technical one. The telegraph's business model was elegant: charge by the word, charge by the distance, and make the customer come to you. Every telegram was a discrete transaction with a measurable value. The telephone, by contrast, required a continuous connection. How did one bill for a conversation that might last 2 minutes or 2 hours? How did one price a call between two people who might be neighbors or might be in different states? The telegraph produced a document that could be attached to a contract, filed with a receipt, used as evidence in a dispute. The telephone produced only memory. For a business culture built on paper, the telephone was not an improvement. It was a regression to orality. The British Post Office's rejection of the telephone, often cited as the most absurd of the early dismissals, was in fact the most carefully reasoned. London in 1876 had a network of several thousand messenger boys who could deliver a written message across the city within the hour. It had a sophisticated system of pneumatic tubes that could shoot a message from one district to another in minutes. For a Victorian businessman, a message delivered in 60 minutes by a boy in uniform was not a slow system, it was a fast one. The telephone promised to deliver the message instantly, but at the cost of reducing it to sound, to something that could not be reread, refiled, or reused. The skeptics were not wrong about the telephone's limitations. They were wrong about whether those limitations could be overcome, and wrong about how quickly the demand for instant voice communication would emerge once the infrastructure existed to support it. The turning point came in January 1878, in New Haven, Connecticut. The world's first commercial telephone exchange opened at 74 Chapel Street, connecting 21 subscribers through a central switchboard operated by two teenage boys, George Willard Coy and Walter Lewis. The exchange proved what Bell had been arguing: the telephone could be made into a network rather than a point-to-point novelty. Within 2 years, exchanges had opened in every major American city. By 1880, there were approximately 50,000 telephones in the United States. The network effect, the principle that a communication device becomes more valuable as more people use it, was already operating. Western Union, watching this unfold, reversed course. The company that had dismissed the telephone as an electrical toy now attempted to enter the telephone business by backing Elisha Gray and Thomas Edison, who had developed an improved telephone transmitter. Bell sued for patent infringement. The legal battle was ferocious, but Bell's patent position was strong. Western Union, facing the prospect of losing in court and calculating that Bell's patents had perhaps 2 years left to run, settled in November 1879. The terms were extraordinary. Western Union surrendered its entire telephone operation, approximately 56,000 telephones, its exchanges, its infrastructure, in exchange for 15% of Bell's telephone rental receipts for the remaining life of the patents. It was one of the most consequential corporate surrenders in American history. The $100,000 Western Union had declined in 1876 had become, within 3 years, a company worth tens of millions. By 1885, the American Bell Telephone Company had more than 100,000 subscribers. By 1900, more than 1 million. By 1915, when Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Watson reenacted their first call on a transcontinental line from New York to San Francisco, the telephone had become as essential as the railroad. The lesson of the telephone is not that the skeptics were stupid. They were not. The skeptics were intelligent people who had built a system that worked. They had invested 30 years and hundreds of millions of dollars in the telegraph. They understood its economics, its engineering, and its limitations. They looked at the telephone and saw, correctly, that it was inferior in many ways to the system they had already built. What they could not see was that the telephone's limitations were temporary and the telegraph's advantages were irrelevant. They could not see that the demand for instant voice communication was latent, that it would emerge as soon as the infrastructure existed to support it. They could not see that the network effect would make the telephone more valuable with every new subscriber, and that the telegraph, for all its sophistication, had no equivalent dynamic. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The lesson of the telephone is not that the skeptics were stupid. They were not. The skeptics were intelligent people who had built a system that worked. They had invested 30 years and hundreds of millions of dollars in the telegraph. They understood its economics, its engineering, and its limitations. They looked at the telephone and saw, correctly, that it was inferior in many ways to the system they had already built. What they could not see was that the telephone's limitations were temporary, and the telegraph's advantages were irrelevant. They could not see that the demand for instant voice communication was latent, that it would emerge as soon as the infrastructure existed to support it. They could not see that the network effect would make the telephone more valuable with every new subscriber, and that the telegraph, for all its sophistication, had no equivalent dynamic. By 1900, there were approximately 600,000 telephones in the United States. By 1910, there were approximately 7 million. The telephone transformed business not merely by accelerating communication, but by changing its nature. A telegram required composition, transmission, transcription, and delivery. A telephone call was immediate, interactive, and personal. It allowed negotiation in real time. It allowed the coordination of complex organizations across physical distance. Emergency services, police, fire, ambulance, were restructured around the telephone. The doctor, who could be summoned by telephone instead of messenger, arrived in time to matter. The fire that was reported by telephone instead of runner was fought before it spread. The social consequences were equally profound. For the first time in history, a person could hear the voice of someone they loved who was hundreds of miles away. The telephone did not merely accelerate communication, it changed what communication meant. It introduced a new dimension of human presence, the voice as a bridge across distance, carrying not just information but emotion, tone, and intimacy. A letter could be read and reread, but it could not laugh or hesitate or fall silent with feeling. The telephone created new industries and destroyed old ones. It made possible the modern corporation with its dispersed offices, its regional managers, its central coordination of supply chains and sales forces. It made possible the stock market as a continuous auction rather than a daily meeting. It made possible the news agency, the wire service, the global press that could report events within hours rather than days. The telegraph had begun this transformation. The telephone completed it. And yet the telephone also created something the telegraph could never have produced, the expectation of availability. Before the telephone, a person could be reached only by traveling to their location or sending a message that they would receive when convenient. The telephone introduced the idea that a person could be contacted at any moment, regardless of where they were or what they were doing. This was liberation. The doctor could be found, the fire reported, the emergency averted. It was also a new kind of bondage. The telephone did not wait for convenience, it interrupted. The pattern Western Union followed, dismissing a new communication technology because the existing technology worked, because the new technology had real limitations, and because the infrastructure problems seemed insurmountable, is precisely the pattern that newspaper executives followed when confronted with the internet in the 1990s, that taxi companies followed when confronted with ride-sharing in the 2010s, and that incumbent telecommunications carriers are following today in their response to satellite-based internet services that promise to bring broadband to every point on Earth without a single wire. The infrastructure problem always looks insurmountable until someone builds the infrastructure. The critics of the telephone were not wrong because they lacked intelligence. They were wrong because intelligence operates within the boundaries of what is known. The telegraph was known. Its economics were known. Its engineering was known. Its limitations were known and accepted. The telephone was unknown. Its economics were speculative. Its engineering was unproven at scale. Its limitations were real and visible. To choose the known over the unknown is not foolishness. It is the default mode of rational decision-making. The problem is that the unknown does not remain unknown. It becomes known incrementally through the work of people who refuse to accept that the limitations they see are permanent. The telephone's early limitations, short range, poor sound quality, the need for a dedicated wire between every pair of users, were solved one by one. The switchboards solved the wiring problem. Improved transmitters and receivers solved the sound problem. The loading coil, invented by Michael Pupin in 1899, solved the distance problem by allowing signals to travel hundreds of miles without degradation. Each solution made the telephone more valuable. Each solution made the telegraph less relevant. By 1915, when Alexander Graham Bell and Thomas Watson reenacted their first call on a transcontinental line from New York to San Francisco, the distance between them had become a technical detail rather than a barrier. Bell spoke into the telephone in New York. Watson heard him in San Francisco. The voice traveled 3,000 miles in the time it took sound to travel across a room. The impossible had become infrastructure. The lesson of the telephone is not that progress is inevitable. It is not that the future is obvious to those who are paying attention. The lesson is that the most dangerous assumption an incumbent can make is that the limitations of a new technology are permanent. They are not. The limitations are problems. Problems are solved. And when they are solved, the world that was built on the old technology, the world of Western Union, of the telegraph, of 100,000 miles of wire and 12,000 trained operators, and a system that worked, that world does not adapt. It disappears. The telephone became the largest corporation in American history. AT&T, the successor to the Bell Telephone Company, employed nearly 1 million people at its peak in the 1970s. Its network of wires and cables and switching stations and satellites spanned the continent and crossed the oceans. It was not Western Union that built this. Western Union had the opportunity. Western Union had the resources. Western Union had the existing customers and the existing infrastructure and the existing expertise. Western Union was offered the telephone patents for $100,000, a sum so small it would have been a rounding error in their annual budget. They declined, not because they were foolish, because they were rational, because the telephone in 1876 was an electrical toy. Because it had too many shortcomings to be seriously considered as a means of communication. Because the device was inherently of no value to them. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The screen opens on a gas-lit Victorian street at night. Warm, familiar, permanent. A title card, 1879. The most advanced lighting technology in the world. Then the quote, read by a voice of institutional authority, Edison's electric light is a conspicuous failure. The speaker identified, Henry Morton, President of the Stevens Institute of Technology, member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. A man who had personally watched the demonstration. Then, what happened next? The Pearl Street Station. The electrification of the world. The narrator. How could a trained scientist, who had seen the evidence with his own eyes, reach exactly the wrong conclusion? In 1879, the world after dark was a negotiation with fire. Candles had illuminated human interiors for 10,000 years. Gas lighting, introduced in London in 1807 and spreading through the 19th century, was the technological apex of artificial illumination. By 1879, London's gas network served approximately 3 million customers. The Gas Light and Coke Company was one of the largest corporations in Britain. Gas lighting was not primitive. It was sophisticated, reliable, and deeply embedded in the economy and the physical fabric of cities. Gas mains ran under the streets. Gas pipes ran through the walls of buildings. Gas fittings were in every middle-class home. The gas industry employed tens of thousands of people and had invested hundreds of millions of pounds in infrastructure. The smell of gas was the smell of modernity. The hiss of a gas jet was the sound of civilization after dark. And gas lighting had real advantages over what preceded it. It was brighter than candles. It was more reliable than oil lamps. It could be turned on and off without a flame. The idea that it might be replaced, not improved upon, but replaced, by a fundamentally different technology requiring an entirely new infrastructure seemed to the gas industry and to most informed observers not like progress, but like fantasy. Thomas Edison was 29 years old when he announced in 1878 that he would solve the problem of electric lighting within 6 weeks. This announcement was made before he had solved anything. It was characteristic. Edison had already invented the phonograph and improved the telegraph and the telephone transmitter. He understood publicity. He also understood that announcing a solution before achieving it created a deadline that focused effort. The announcement caused gas company stocks to drop sharply. It also attracted investors. Edison established his laboratory at Menlo Park, New Jersey, the world's first industrial research laboratory, staffed by a team of machinists, chemists, and engineers working under his direction. The problem was not generating electric light. Arc lamps, which produced light by passing an electric current between two carbon electrodes, had existed since the 1870s and were already being used for street lighting. The problem was producing a light that was gentle enough for domestic use, reliable enough for commercial use, and economically viable enough to compete with gas. This required a filament that would glow without burning up. Edison tested more than 6,000 materials: carbonized paper, carbonized bamboo, carbonized fishing line, platinum wire, iridium wire, and dozens of others, before settling on carbonized bamboo thread as the most reliable filament for his purposes. The breakthrough came on October 22, 1879, when a carbonized cotton thread filament glowed continuously for 13.5 hours. The specific insight was not the filament material alone, but the combination of the filament. With a high vacuum inside the glass bulb, Edison's team had developed a vacuum pump capable of evacuating the bulb to a level that prevented the filament from oxidizing and burning out. The system Edison was building was not merely a light bulb. It was an entire electrical distribution system: generators, transmission lines, meters, switches, and fixtures designed to deliver electricity to customers the way gas was delivered through pipes. On December 31, 1879, Edison staged a public demonstration at Menlo Park. He illuminated the laboratory and several surrounding buildings with electric light. Hundreds of visitors came by special train from New York. The New York Herald called it the most wonderful sight in the world. But among those watching was Henry Morton, president of the Stevens Institute of Technology, a respected physicist who had been invited to assess the achievement. Morton was not impressed. He examined the bulbs carefully. He noted that the carbon filament was fragile and that the vacuum was imperfect. He observed that the light was steady, but that the system required a generator running constantly, even when no light was needed. Morton wrote his assessment for the Stevens Institute publication. He acknowledged that the light was real and that it worked. But he concluded that it was a conspicuous failure because the lamps were short-lived, the system was inefficient, and the cost was prohibitive compared to gas. He was not being foolish, he was being precise. The bulbs burned out after a few hundred hours. The generators consumed enormous amounts of coal. The infrastructure required copper wire, which was expensive. The gas industry had already solved the problem of distributing light cheaply and reliably. Edison's system, in 1879, was a laboratory curiosity with no economic viability. The critics had a point. Electric light in 1879 was expensive, unreliable, and impractical for widespread use. The bulbs cost $2 each when a typical factory worker earned less than $1 a day. The generators required constant maintenance. The wiring was dangerous. Early electricians died from electrocution with alarming regularity. The insurance companies refused to insure buildings with electric lighting. The gas companies published pamphlets warning of the dangers of electricity, and they were not entirely wrong. What Morton and the other critics could not see was that these problems were solvable. The gas industry had a century of refinement behind it. Electric light had months. The fragility of the filament was a problem of materials science, not a fundamental limitation of physics. The cost of copper would fall as production scaled. The danger of electrocution would be addressed by better insulation and safer wiring. The system that seemed impractical in 1879 would be practical in 1889 and obvious in 1899. The critics were evaluating a technology in its infancy and comparing it to a technology in its maturity. This is a mistake that is made in every generation. Edison understood that the problem was not the bulb, but the system. He designed the Pearl Street Station in Lower Manhattan to be the first commercial electric power station in the world. It opened on September 4, 1882, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The station contained 6 jumbo dynamos, each weighing 27 tons and capable of powering 1,200 lamps. The initial customers were 85 buildings in the financial district, including the offices of the New York Times and the Drexel Morgan banking house. Edison himself threw the switch. The lights came on. The Times reported that the light was soft, mellow, and grateful to the eye. The bankers at Drexel Morgan continued working past sunset for the first time without gaslight. The system worked. It was not yet cheaper than gas, but it was cleaner, steadier, and safer. The gas companies began to notice. Within 5 years, there were more than 100 electric power stations in the United States. Within a decade, electric lighting was common in urban commercial districts. The transformation was not immediate. Gas lighting remained common in homes for another 30 years. The transition from one infrastructure to another takes time. But the direction was clear. The light that had been called a conspicuous failure became the standard by which all other forms of illumination were measured. The gas lamps that had seemed permanent were gradually extinguished. The last gas street lamp in London was removed in 1976. The consequences of electric light extended far beyond illumination. Factories could operate around the clock. Cities could function after dark. The night itself was transformed from a period of enforced rest into a time of productivity and leisure. The electric light made possible the modern city, the modern workplace, the modern schedule. It changed when people slept, when they worked, when they socialized. It changed the rhythm of human life itself. The unintended consequences were profound. The disruption of natural light cycles affected human health in ways that were not understood for decades. The brightening of the night sky erased the stars from urban experience. The constant availability of light changed the economics of energy consumption in ways that would eventually contribute to climate change. Every technology solves one problem and creates another. Henry Morton was not wrong about the facts. The electric light of 1879 was a conspicuous failure by the standards of the gas industry. He was wrong about the trajectory. He could not imagine that the problems he identified would be solved, because he was looking at the present and extrapolating linearly. The future does not arrive linearly, it arrives in jumps. The critics of electric light were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They were not fools. They were prisoners of their own expertise. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that expertise is always bounded by experience. The gas engineer could imagine improvements to gas lighting. He could not imagine a world without gas lighting, because that world did not yet exist. The electric light required not a better bulb, but a new way of thinking about light itself. The critics could not see that what they dismissed as impractical was simply incomplete. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The critics of electric light were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They were not fools. They were prisoners of their own expertise. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that expertise is always bounded by experience. The gas engineer could imagine improvements to gas lighting. He could not imagine a world without gas lighting, because that world did not yet exist. The electric light required not a better bulb, but a new way of thinking about light itself. The critics could not see that what they dismissed as impractical was simply incomplete. Thomas Edison was 29 years old when he announced, in 1878, that he would solve the problem of electric lighting within 6 weeks. This announcement was made before he had solved anything. It was characteristic. Edison had already invented the phonograph and improved the telegraph and the telephone transmitter. He understood publicity. He also understood that announcing a solution before achieving it created a deadline that focused effort. The announcement caused gas company stocks to drop sharply. It also attracted investors. Edison established his laboratory at Menlo Park, New Jersey, the world's first industrial research laboratory. staffed by a team of machinists, chemists, and engineers working under his direction. The problem was not generating electric light. Arc lamps, which produced light by passing an electric current between two carbon electrodes, had existed since the 1870s and were already being used for street lighting. The problem was producing a light that was gentle enough for domestic use, reliable enough for commercial use, and economically viable enough to compete with gas. This required a filament that would glow without burning up. Edison tested more than 6,000 materials: carbonized paper, carbonized bamboo, carbonized fishing line, platinum wire, iridium wire, and dozens of others before settling on carbonized bamboo thread as the most reliable filament for his purposes. The breakthrough came on October 22, 1879, when a carbonized cotton thread filament glowed continuously for 13.5 hours. The specific insight was not the filament material alone, but the combination of the filament, with a high vacuum inside the glass bulb. Edison's team had developed a vacuum pump capable of evacuating the bulb to a level that prevented the filament from oxidizing and burning out. The system Edison was building was not merely a light bulb. It was an entire electrical distribution system: generators, transmission lines, meters, switches, and fixtures, designed to deliver electricity to customers the way gas was delivered through pipes. Henry Morton's dismissal was the most prominent, but not the only one. The British scientific establishment was represented by a parliamentary committee that examined Edison's claims in 1878 and concluded, in the words of one member, that his proposals were good enough for our transatlantic friends but unworthy of the attention of practical or scientific men. Sir William Preece, the same chief engineer of the British Post Office who had dismissed the telephone, told the Royal Institution in 1879 that Edison's system was based on a fundamental error, and that subdividing electric light, distributing it to individual homes and businesses, was a completely impossible task. The gas industry retained scientists of its own to examine Edison's claims. The United Gas Improvement Company commissioned a report that concluded the incandescent bulb could not be made commercially viable. The specific technical objections were numerous and serious. The filaments burned out too quickly. The vacuum technology was unreliable. The cost of copper wire for distribution would be prohibitive. The generators were inefficient, and the entire system required an infrastructure investment that no rational investor should make when gas lighting already worked. These objections were not invented. They described real problems with Edison's system as it existed in 1879. The turning point came on September 4, 1882, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Edison threw a switch at the Pearl Street station in Lower Manhattan. The station housed 6 jumbo dynamos, massive generators weighing 27 tons each, designed and built by Edison's team. When Edison closed the circuit, electrical current flowed through copper wires buried beneath the streets to 85 buildings in the financial district. The lights came on. They stayed on. The Pearl Street station was not a laboratory experiment. It was a commercial power plant, designed to sell electricity to paying customers at a price competitive with gas. The initial service area was 1 square mile. The initial customers were banks, newspapers, and the offices of the financial district, businesses that needed reliable light and could afford the installation cost. The system worked. It was not perfect. There were outages, equipment failures, and customers who complained about the quality of the light, but it worked. The trajectory from that moment was not immediate. The electrification of American cities took decades. By 1885, only 250,000 electric lamps were in use in the United States, a tiny fraction of the gas market. By 1890, the number had grown to 3 million. By 1900, it was 20 million. The gas industry did not collapse overnight. It coexisted with electric lighting for a generation. Gas companies diversified into electric generation. Gas lighting persisted in rural areas and in applications where electricity was not yet available, but the direction was clear. The unintended consequences of electric lighting were as profound as the intended ones. The extension of the working day changed the structure of industrial labor. Factories could operate around the clock. Night shifts became possible. The rhythm of human activity shifted from the natural cycle of daylight to the artificial cycle of the work schedule. Cities that had emptied at dusk became active at all hours. The night, which had been a time of rest and danger, became a time of commerce and recreation. The social consequences were equally transformative. Street lighting reduced crime in urban areas. It made it possible for women to move through cities at night without the protection they had previously required. It changed the character of public space, the park, the boulevard, the square, from a place that was abandoned after dark to a place that remained accessible. The gas-lit city had been a city of shadows and pools of amber light. The electrically lit city was a city of continuous visibility. The environmental consequences were not understood for decades. The brightening of the night sky erased the stars from urban experience. The constant availability of light changed the economics of energy consumption in ways that would eventually contribute to climate change. Every technology solves one problem and creates another. Henry Morton was not wrong about the facts. The electric light of 1879 was a conspicuous failure by the standards of the gas industry. He was wrong about the trajectory. He could not imagine that the problems he identified would be solved because he was looking at the present and extrapolating linearly. The future does not arrive linearly, it arrives in jumps. The critics of electric light were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They were not fools. They were prisoners of their own expertise. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that expertise is always bounded by experience. The gas engineer could imagine improvements to gas lighting. He could not imagine a world without gas lighting, because that world did not yet exist. The electric light required not a better bulb, but a new way of thinking about light itself. The critics could not see that what they dismissed as impractical was simply incomplete. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that expertise is always bounded by experience. The gas engineer could imagine improvements to gas lighting. He could not imagine a world without gas lighting, because that world did not yet exist. The electric light required not a better bulb, but a new way of thinking about light itself. The critics could not see that what they dismissed as impractical was simply incomplete. The skeptics had history on their side. Every previous attempt to bring electric light indoors had failed commercially. Arc lamps, which produced a blinding white light by passing current between two carbon rods, had been demonstrated in the 1870s and installed for street lighting in Paris, London, and New York. They were brilliant, but brutal, too harsh for the eyes, too dangerous for homes, too demanding of constant adjustment. The carbon rods burned away in hours, requiring replacement by trained technicians. The lamps hissed and sputtered. They produced a flickering light that made reading impossible and headaches inevitable. When Henry Morton watched Thomas Edison demonstrate his incandescent lamp before the American Association for the Advancement of Science in 1879, he was watching a bulb that burned for 13 hours. In a laboratory, 13 hours was a triumph. In a commercial context, a light source that requires replacement every 13 hours is not a practical alternative to gas, which burns continuously for months without maintenance. Morton calculated the cost of replacing filaments in a single household over a year and arrived at a figure that dwarfed the annual gas bill. His conclusion was mathematically sound. The infrastructure objection was equally serious. Gas mains already ran under the streets of every major city in the industrial world. The Gaslight and Coke Company in London had laid thousands of miles of iron pipe beneath the cobblestones. To replace gas with electricity would require digging up those streets and laying copper wire at enormous expense. Edison's own estimate for wiring Lower Manhattan was $300,000 in 1880 dollars. The generators required to power such a system were enormous, unproven, and required constant attention from skilled engineers. The gas system, by contrast, was decentralized, reliable, and maintained by men who had been doing the same work for decades. The skeptics were not wrong about the problems. They were wrong about Edison's ability to solve them, and wrong about the speed at which the economics would shift once the infrastructure began to be built. Edison understood something that the gas engineers did not. The cost of electricity would fall with scale, while the cost of gas would rise with scarcity. He was building a system, not a bulb. The bulb was merely the interface. The system, generators, transmission lines, meters, switches, fuses, was the invention. Edison tested more than 6,000 materials for the filament before settling on carbonized bamboo. He tested carbonized paper, carbonized cardboard, carbonized fishing line, carbonized thread from his wife's sewing basket. He tested platinum wire, iridium wire, and dozens of alloys. Each failure taught him something about the relationship between resistance, temperature, and longevity. The breakthrough came not from a single material, but from the combination of that material, with a high vacuum inside the glass bulb. Edison's team had developed a vacuum pump capable of evacuating the bulb to a level that prevented the filament from oxidizing. Without the vacuum, every filament burned out in minutes. With it, the carbonized cotton thread glowed for 13.5 hours on October 22, 1879. The demonstration that followed was carefully staged. Edison invited the press, the investors, the scientific community. He lit the laboratory with his bulbs and invited the visitors to walk among them, to touch them, to see that they did not flicker or hiss or smoke. The light was steady and warm, softer than gas, cleaner than candles. The New York Herald reported that the light was soft enough for reading, bright enough for work, and steady enough for the most delicate of tasks. The gas stocks dropped again, but the scientific establishment remained unconvinced. Morton's dismissal was not the only one. William Preece, the chief engineer of the British Post Office and a respected electrical authority, declared that electric lighting would never replace gas because it was too expensive, too complicated, and too dangerous. The British Parliament formed a Select Committee on Electric Lighting in 1878 to investigate whether the new technology posed a threat to public safety. The committee's report was cautious, recommending that electric lighting be permitted only under strict regulation. The danger was real. Early electric systems were prone to short circuits, fires, and electrocution. The insulation on the wires was primitive. The public had reason to be afraid. Edison understood that the system had to be not only functional, but safe. He designed the three-wire system to reduce the risk of shock. He developed the first safety fuse, a device that would break the circuit if the current exceeded safe levels. He insisted on underground wiring despite the enormous cost, because overhead wires were dangerous and unsightly. He was building not merely a product, but a reputation for reliability. The gas industry had a century of trust. Edison had to earn it in months. The turning point came on September 4, 1882, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Edison stood at the switchboard of the Pearl Street station in Lower Manhattan. The station contained 6 jumbo dynamos, each the size of a small house, each capable of generating enough current to power 1,200 lamps. The engines had been tested, retested, and tested again. The wiring had been laid through the streets of the financial district, threaded through basements and sub-basements, connected to the offices of the city's most powerful institutions. At that moment, Edison threw the switches. The dynamos began to hum. The current flowed through the copper wires, through the safety fuses, through the meters, and into the offices of Drexel, Morgan and Company at 23 Wall Street. J.P. Morgan himself was present. The light came on. It was steady. It was warm. It did not flicker. It did not hiss. It did not smell. The Pearl Street station served an initial district of roughly 1 square mile and approximately 85 customers. Within a year, it was serving 508 customers and powering 12,732 lamps. The cost of electricity fell steadily as the system scaled. The gas industry, which had dismissed the threat, began the long process of losing its monopoly on the illuminated night. The transition took decades, not years. Gaslighting persisted in many cities well into the 20th century. The direction, however, was irreversible from the moment Pearl Street went live. The electric light did not replace gas overnight. It replaced gas gradually, neighborhood by neighborhood, city by city, as the infrastructure was built and the costs fell, and the public came to trust the new technology. The consequences of this transition were vast and largely unanticipated. The electric light extended the working day, transforming factories, offices, and eventually homes. It made possible the night shift, the evening commute, the nocturnal city. It changed the rhythm of human life, decoupling activity from the rising and setting of the sun. The factory that ran 24 hours a day could produce more goods at lower cost. The office that stayed open after dark could serve customers in different time zones. The street that was brightly lit at midnight was safer, more social, more commercial. The unintended consequences were equally profound. The constant availability of light disrupted the human sleep cycle in ways that medical science is still understanding. The brightening of the night sky erased the stars from urban experience, a loss that most people did not notice because it happened gradually, generation by generation, until the Milky Way became a thing that city children read about in books rather than saw with their own eyes. The environmental consequences were not understood for decades. The generation of electricity required coal, and the burning of coal released carbon dioxide into the atmosphere at a scale that would eventually alter the climate of the entire planet. The electric light, which seemed in 1882 like a pure liberation from the constraints of darkness, was also the beginning of a planetary experiment whose outcome remains uncertain. Henry Morton was not wrong about the facts. The electric light of 1879 was a conspicuous failure by the standards of the gas industry. It was expensive, unreliable, and dangerous. The bulbs burned out in hours. The generators broke down. The wiring caught fire. By the metrics that the gas industry used to measure success, the electric light was indeed a failure. Morton was wrong about the trajectory. He could not imagine that the problems he identified would be solved, because he was looking at the present and extrapolating linearly. The future does not arrive linearly. It arrives in jumps. The problems that seem insurmountable at one moment become routine at the next, not because the problems were solved, but because the framework within which they were problems was replaced. The gas engineer could imagine improvements to gas lighting. He could not imagine a world without gas lighting, because that world did not yet exist. The electric light required not a better bulb, but a new way of thinking about light itself. The critics of electric light were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They were not fools. They were prisoners of their own expertise. The more they knew about the gas industry, the less they could imagine its replacement. The more they understood the technical challenges of electric lighting, the more impossible those challenges seemed. Their knowledge was not a weakness, it was a cage. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The critics of electric light were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They were not fools. They were prisoners of their own expertise. The more they knew about the gas industry, the less they could imagine its replacement. The more they understood the technical challenges of electric lighting, the more impossible those challenges seemed. Their knowledge was not a weakness, it was a cage, and yet the cage had to be broken. The man who broke it was not a scientist in the academic sense. Thomas Edison was a practical inventor, a man who understood that the problem of electric light was not a problem of physics, but a problem of economics and engineering. He had announced his intention to solve electric lighting in 6 weeks, knowing full well that it would take years. The announcement was a promise to investors, a threat to the gas industry, and a declaration of war against the established order of the night. The laboratory at Menlo Park was the first institution of its kind, a dedicated facility for systematic invention, staffed by skilled workers who understood that failure was not the opposite of progress, but its raw material. Edison tested 6,000 filament materials before finding one that worked reliably. He did not consider these tests failures. He considered them data. Each burned-out filament told him something about what would not work, narrowing the field of what might. On October 22, 1879, a carbonized cotton thread filament glowed for 13.5 hours. The team at Menlo Park did not celebrate. They began testing again, seeking a material that would last longer. They found it in carbonized bamboo, which would eventually burn for more than 1,000 hours. The light bulb was not a single invention. It was a series of incremental improvements, each one building on the last, each one making the impossible slightly more possible. The demonstration that Henry Morton had attended was not the end of the story, it was the beginning. Edison understood that the light bulb was useless without a system to power it. He designed not a bulb but a grid, generators, transmission lines, meters, switches and fixtures. The Pearl Street Station in Lower Manhattan, which began operation on September 4, 1882, was the first central power plant in the world. It powered 800 lamps in the financial district, lighting offices and businesses that had previously relied on gas. The early system was unreliable. The bulbs burned out, the generators broke down, the wiring caught fire. The gas industry seized on each failure as proof that electric light was a passing fad. They commissioned reports from respected engineers who confirmed that electric lighting was more expensive, less reliable, and more dangerous than gas. The reports were accurate. They were also irrelevant. The electrification of the night was not merely a convenience. It was a restructuring of human time. Factories that had been constrained by daylight could now run after dark, increasing productive capacity without expanding physical plant. Cities that had been dangerous and dim after sunset became safe and bright. The social life of the evening, restaurants, theaters, shops, public gatherings, expanded dramatically once electric light made the night navigable. The electric light was also the first step in the electrification of everything. Once a wire carrying electricity ran into a building, it could power not only lights but motors, heating elements, communication devices, and eventually every appliance of the modern home. The Pearl Street Station was not merely the beginning of electric light. It was the beginning of the electrical infrastructure on which the entire modern economy depends. The transformation was not immediate. Gas lighting remained dominant in many cities into the early 20th century. The transition took decades, but the direction was irreversible. Once people experienced electric light, its cleanliness, its steadiness, its ability to be turned on and off with a switch, they would not return to the hiss and smell of gas. The incumbency of the gas industry was real, its infrastructure was vast, its expertise was genuine, none of it mattered. The lesson of electric light is not that experts are always wrong, it is that expertise is always bounded by the world it knows. The gas engineer could imagine improvements to gas lighting. He could not imagine a world without gas lighting, because that world did not yet exist. The electric light required not a better bulb, but a new way of thinking about light itself. The gas industry's response to electric light, commissioning expert reports that confirmed the new technology's limitations, lobbying against infrastructure changes, and continuing to invest in incremental improvements to the existing system, is the template for every incumbent industry's response to existential disruption. Today, the most direct parallel is the response of the fossil fuel industry to renewable energy. Expert analyses of solar and wind power's limitations, intermittency, storage, grid integration costs are technically accurate in the same way that Morton's analysis of Edison's early bulbs was technically accurate. The question is not whether the limitations are real. The question is whether they will be overcome. The historical record has a clear answer. The critics of electric light were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They were not fools. They were prisoners of their own expertise. The more they knew about the gas industry, the less they could imagine its replacement. The more they understood the technical challenges of electric lighting, the more impossible those challenges seemed. Their knowledge was not a weakness, it was a cage. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The first obstetrical clinic of the Vienna General Hospital, 1847. The mortality rate from childbed fever in this ward, 10 to 35% in some months. 1 in 3 women who gave birth here died within days. Then the quote, delivered without preamble, the doctrine of contagion is the greatest of all impediments to the progress of medicine. The speaker was Charles Meigs, professor of obstetrics at Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia, one of the most respected physicians in America. Then a second set of numbers. The mortality rate in the same ward after Semmelweis's intervention, less than 2%. The evidence was available. The lives could have been saved. Why weren't they? In the 1840s, the hospital was a place where the poor went to die. Middle-class and wealthy women gave birth at home, attended by midwives or private physicians. The women who entered the maternity wards of public hospitals were those who had no alternative, the destitute, the unmarried, the desperate. And they died in terrifying numbers. Childbed fever, puerperal fever, killed between 10 and 35% of women who gave birth in hospital wards in the 1840s. In some months, the mortality rate at the Vienna General Hospital's first clinic reached 40%. The women knew it. They begged to be admitted to the second clinic, staffed by midwives rather than medical students, where the mortality rate was consistently lower. They gave birth in the street rather than enter the first clinic. The doctors knew the mortality rate too. They did not know why it was so high. The dominant explanation was miasma, the theory that disease was caused by bad air, by the emanations of rotting organic matter, by the atmospheric conditions of the hospital environment. This was not a superstition. Miasma theory had a coherent explanatory framework and a substantial body of supporting evidence. It explained why disease clustered in poor, crowded, filthy environments. It explained why hospitals near rivers or marshes had higher death rates. It explained the effectiveness of ventilation and cleanliness in reducing disease incidence. It was wrong about the mechanism, but right about many of the correlations. And it was the framework within which every trained physician of the era was operating. Ignaz Philipp Semmelweis was born in Budapest in 1818 and trained in medicine in Vienna. In 1846 he was appointed assistant to Johann Klein, the director of the first obstetrical clinic. He was immediately struck by the disparity in mortality rates between the first clinic, where medical students and physicians worked, and the second clinic, staffed by midwives. The first clinic's rate was consistently 2 to 3 times higher. He began systematically collecting data. In 1847, his friend and colleague, Jakob Kolechka, died of a condition that closely resembled childbed fever after being accidentally cut with a scalpel during a post-mortem examination. Semmelweis made the connection. The medical students and physicians who worked in the first clinic came directly from performing autopsies in the pathology department to delivering babies without washing their hands. The midwives in the second clinic performed no autopsies. Semmelweis hypothesized that the physicians were carrying cadaverous particles from the corpses to the patients. He instituted a policy of mandatory hand washing with chlorinated lime solution before all patient examinations. The results were immediate and dramatic. The mortality rate in the first clinic fell from approximately 10% to less than 2% within months. In some months it fell to 0. He had, in effect, demonstrated the principle of antisepsis, that disease could be transmitted by contact, and that transmission could be interrupted by chemical disinfection, more than a decade before Pasteur's germ theory provided the theoretical framework to explain why it worked. The critics were not fools. They were respected physicians operating within the best scientific framework available. Johann Klein, Semmelweis's own superior, opposed the hand-washing policy. He saw it as an accusation that the doctors of the first clinic had been killing their patients through negligence. Klein refused to renew Semmelweis's appointment. Gustav Michaelis, a respected obstetrician in Kiel, read Semmelweis's findings and recognized the truth in them. He also recognized what that truth meant for his own practice. He had lost patients to childbed fever. He had not washed his hands. Michaelis committed suicide. Why did the skeptics sound so reasonable? Because Semmelweis could not explain why hand-washing worked. He had data, he had results, he did not have a theory. The germ theory of disease did not yet exist. The microscope had not yet revealed the world of bacteria. The idea that invisible living organisms could cause disease and be transmitted by touch was, in the 1840s, an extraordinary claim requiring extraordinary evidence. Semmelweis had the evidence of reduced mortality, but he could not show his colleagues the mechanism. He could not point to the organism. He could not explain why chlorinated lime worked when soap and water did not. He was asking physicians to abandon the entire framework of miasma theory, a framework that had guided medicine for centuries, and accept a new one based on an invisible agent he could not name. Louis Pasteur, working in Paris through the 1850s and 1860s, provided that framework. His germ theory, the proposition that specific diseases were caused by specific microorganisms, was developed through a series of experiments demonstrating that fermentation and putrefaction were caused by living microorganisms, not by spontaneous chemical processes. His 1859 experiments disproving spontaneous generation, and his subsequent work on fermentation, provided the theoretical basis that Semmelweis's clinical evidence had lacked. Pasteur could show his colleagues the microorganisms under the microscope. He could grow them in culture. He could demonstrate that sterilized liquids remain sterile if protected from airborne contamination. He made the invisible visible. The turning point came in the 1870s and 1880s when Joseph Lister, a British surgeon, read Pasteur's work and applied it directly to surgery. Lister's carbolic acid spray, a crude, irritating, but effective method of killing microorganisms in the surgical field, reduced post-operative mortality from approximately 45% to approximately 15%. The evidence was now overwhelming. The theory was established. The mechanism was visible. The practice of antiseptic surgery spread across Europe and America within a generation. How the world changed. The hospital ceased to be a place of death and became a place of healing. The mortality rate from childbirth in hospitals fell from 30% to less than 1%. Surgery became possible, abdominal surgery, thoracic surgery, brain surgery, that had been unthinkable in the age of sepsis. The average human lifespan, which had hovered between 30 and 40 years for most of human history, began its dramatic rise. The germ theory of disease made possible the entire edifice of modern medicine: vaccination, antibiotics, sterile technique, the understanding that disease was not a punishment or a miasma, but a biological process that could be understood and interrupted. The unintended consequence, the germ theory was so successful that it created its own blind spots. The focus on specific pathogens led to a relative neglect of the environmental and social conditions that made populations vulnerable to disease, poverty, malnutrition, overcrowding, stress. The miasma theorists had been wrong about the mechanism, but they had been right to notice that disease clustered in places where human beings lived in filth and despair. The triumph of germ theory was so complete that it took medicine more than a century to rediscover that the social determinants of health were as important as the microbial ones. Semmelweis died in 1865, 14 years before Pasteur published his definitive work on germ theory. He had been committed to an asylum by his colleagues, who had grown tired of his increasingly erratic and angry attempts to force them to accept his findings. He died of an infected wound, the very condition he had spent his life trying to prevent, contracted from an injury during a violent episode in the asylum. He was buried in a pauper's grave. The irony was complete. The man who had discovered the principle of antisepsis died of sepsis, rejected by the profession he had tried to save. The lesson is not that the critics were stupid. They were not. It is not that Semmelweis was a saint. He was difficult, abrasive, and increasingly unstable. The lesson is that the best scientific reasoning of an era can be perfectly logical and perfectly wrong. The miasma theorists had evidence. They had a framework. They had the consensus of the most trained minds in medicine. They were wrong because they could not see what their instruments could not show them. The invisible world was real. It had always been real, but it required a new way of seeing before it could be believed. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The world after Semmelweis did not immediately transform. The hospitals of Europe continued to kill women in childbirth for another 2 decades, not because the knowledge was unavailable, but because the knowledge was unacceptable. The hand-washing protocol that Semmelweis had proven effective was abandoned in Vienna within months of his departure. The mortality rate in the first clinic climbed back to its former levels. The women who gave birth there died again at the rate of 1 in 3. The data was not disputed. The results were not ambiguous. The problem was that the data contradicted everything the medical profession believed about the nature of disease, and the profession chose the theory over the evidence. The critics of Semmelweis were not ignorant men. They were the most respected physicians in Europe, and their objections were intellectually substantial. Johann Klein, Semmelweis's supervisor at the Vienna General Hospital, had spent his career building the first obstetrical clinic into a teaching institution of international reputation. The implication that his physicians were killing their patients was not merely personally insulting. It threatened the institutional structure of medical education. If Semmelweis was right, then every teaching hospital in Europe was a site of systematic, unintended homicide. The scale of the indictment was too large to be believed. Karl Eduard von Siebold, the leading obstetrician in Germany, had published extensively on the causes of childbed fever. His own theory held that the disease was caused by an epidemic constitution of the atmosphere, a miasmatic explanation consistent with the best science of the era. He had observed that childbed fever occurred in waves, that it clustered in certain hospitals and certain seasons, that it seemed to follow patterns that no theory of direct transmission could explain. He had seen too much to accept a simpler explanation. His rejection of Semmelweis was not unreasoning. It was the rejection of a man who believed he understood the complexity of the disease and saw Semmelweis's theory as dangerously reductive. Charles Meigs, the most prominent obstetrician in the United States and a professor at Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia, dismissed the hand-washing theory with an argument that revealed the deepest assumptions of his era. "Doctors are gentlemen," he wrote, "and gentlemen's hands are clean." The statement was not merely aristocratic vanity. It expressed a fundamental belief about the relationship between social status and moral purity. A gentleman was not a source of contamination. Contamination came from the poor, the filthy, the morally degraded. The idea that a physician, a man of education, refinement, and Christian virtue, could be the vector of death was not merely scientifically implausible to Meigs. It was morally incomprehensible. The invisible world of microorganisms was not only beyond the reach of his instruments, it was beyond the reach of his imagination. James Young Simpson, the Scottish obstetrician who had introduced chloroform anesthesia to childbirth, was more sympathetic to Semmelweis's findings but ultimately unconvinced. Simpson had revolutionized obstetrics once already. He believed he understood the mechanisms of disease. He could not reconcile Semmelweis's theory with his own observations of how childbed fever spread through communities and across seasons. The statistical evidence from Vienna was impressive, but statistics could be misleading. One hospital in one city over a few years was not sufficient to overturn the accumulated wisdom of generations. The medical journals of Europe and America refused to publish Semmelweis's findings. The Zeitschrift für Geburtshilfe, the leading German journal in obstetrics, declined to print his papers. The editors explained that his claims were too extraordinary to be credible without independent verification that no one was willing to perform. The circularity was perfect. The evidence could not be published because it had not been verified, and it could not be verified because the profession refused to test it. Semmelweis was trapped in a logical cage built by the very institutions he was trying to reform. His response to this rejection was catastrophic. He wrote open letters to the leading obstetricians of Europe addressing them as murderers. He published a book in 1861, The Etiology, Concept, and Prophylaxis of Childbed Fever, that was less a scientific treatise than a howl of accusation. The book contained his evidence, it contained his data, it contained the proof that thousands of women had died unnecessarily. And it contained attacks so bitter and personal that the few physicians who might have supported him were driven away. By 1865, Semmelweis had become unrecognizable to his former colleagues. He was drinking heavily. He was unable to hold a position. He had alienated every ally who might have carried his work forward. His wife and his friends grew increasingly concerned about his mental state. In July of 1865, they arranged for him to be committed to a mental asylum in Vienna. He arrived at the asylum on a warm summer afternoon. 2 weeks later, he was dead. The cause of death was septicemia, the same condition he had spent his life trying to prevent. He had sustained a wound on his right hand during a surgical demonstration shortly before his admission, possibly during a final attempt to demonstrate his methods. The wound became infected. The infection spread through his bloodstream. The man who had discovered that invisible particles could transmit death died of those particles in a hospital, surrounded by physicians who still did not believe him. The irony was not lost on those who knew the story, but the story did not end with Semmelweis's death. In Paris, Louis Pasteur was already at work on the theory that would vindicate Semmelweis posthumously. Pasteur's experiments on fermentation and putrefaction had demonstrated that living microorganisms, not spontaneous chemical processes, caused organic matter to decay. He had disproven the theory of spontaneous generation in 1859, showing that even the simplest life did not arise from nothing. Life came from life. Disease, Pasteur would eventually prove, came from specific microorganisms. In 1879, Pasteur turned his attention to childbed fever. He identified the Streptococcus bacterium in the blood of women who had died of the disease. He demonstrated that the same bacterium could be found on the hands of physicians who had performed autopsies. He confirmed, with instruments Semmelweis had never possessed, exactly what Semmelweis had deduced from mortality statistics alone. The invisible world had been made visible. The theory that had destroyed Semmelweis's career became the foundation of modern medicine. Joseph Lister, a Scottish surgeon working in Glasgow, had already begun applying Pasteur's insights to surgery. In 1867, Lister published his first paper on antiseptic surgery, using carbolic acid to disinfect wounds and surgical instruments. The mortality rate from surgical infections fell dramatically. Lister credited Pasteur. Pasteur credited Semmelweis. The chain of discovery was unbroken, from Vienna to Paris to Glasgow, from the maternity ward to the operating theatre, from the desperate hand-washing of a single physician to the universal protocols of modern surgery. The hospitals of the 1880s began to transform. The miasma theory did not disappear overnight. It was gradually displaced as the evidence accumulated, as the instruments improved, as a generation of physicians trained in the new framework replaced the generation that had rejected Semmelweis. The transition took decades. Thousands more died during those decades, but the direction was irreversible. The transformation of the operating theatre was the most visible sign of the change. The surgeons who had operated in their street clothes, their hands unwashed, their instruments wiped clean on a cloth between patients, were replaced by surgeons who scrubbed for 10 minutes before every procedure, who wore sterilized gowns and gloves, who understood that the invisible world was not a theory, but a fact. Every movement in the modern operating theatre is a monument to Semmelweis. Every sterile field is a memorial to the women who died in Vienna. The maternity wards where Semmelweis had worked were themselves transformed. The mortality rate from childbed fever in the developed world today is less than 1 in 10,000. It is not zero, no medical intervention is perfect, but it is close enough that the disease that killed 1 in 3 women in 1847 is now a footnote in medical textbooks. The lives that were saved by Semmelweis's discovery, once it was finally accepted, number in the tens of millions. The lives that were lost because it was rejected number in the hundreds of thousands. The lesson of Semmelweis is not that the medical establishment of the 19th century was cruel. It was not. The lesson is not that Semmelweis was easy to dismiss. He was. The lesson is that the most intelligent people in any era can be wrong, and that their wrongness is not a failure of intellect, but a failure of imagination. The miasma theorists were not stupid. They were reasoning from the best available evidence within the best available framework. The framework was wrong, the evidence was incomplete, and the man who could see the truth could not make them see it. The structure of scientific rejection follows a pattern. First, the discovery is dismissed as impossible. Then, when the evidence becomes overwhelming, it is dismissed as trivial. Finally, it is accepted as obvious, and the discoverer is celebrated as a pioneer. Semmelweis never lived to see the third stage. He died in the first stage, rejected and forgotten, buried in a pauper's grave that was later lost to history. His grave was rediscovered in the 1960s. His reputation was restored in the 20th century. His name is now attached to universities, hospitals, and medical awards. But the delay between discovery and acceptance cost lives that cannot be counted. The pattern continues. Every generation has its Semmelweis, someone who sees something that the established framework cannot accommodate, who produces evidence that the profession cannot accept, who dies frustrated or forgotten while the world catches up to his vision. The critics of these discoverers are not villains. They are the guardians of orthodoxy, performing the essential function of testing claims against established knowledge. Most claims deserve to be rejected. Most discoveries are false. The tragedy is that the true discovery and the false claim look identical at the moment of their introduction. The women of the Vienna General Hospital could not afford the luxury of theoretical debate. They died while the physicians argued. They died while the journals refused to publish. They died while the professors protected their reputations. They died because the invisible world was invisible, and the men who could have seen it refused to look. Their names are not recorded, their faces are not preserved. They exist only as statistics in the mortality registers that Semmelweis studied, the numbers that told a story no one wanted to hear. The modern world is built on the foundation that Semmelweis helped to lay. Antibiotics, vaccines, sterile surgery, the entire apparatus of modern infection control, all of it depends on the principle that Semmelweis demonstrated with chlorinated lime and a mortality register. The invisible world of microorganisms is now taught to school children. It is the common knowledge of every person who has washed their hands during a pandemic. It is so obvious that it is hard to imagine a time when it was not obvious, but it was not obvious. It was resisted by the best minds of an era. The signature line of this series is not a judgment, it is a warning. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The men who rejected Semmelweis were not monsters. They were not stupid. They were trained physicians applying the best available standards of evidence to a claim that violated everything they believed about how disease worked. Jakob Kolechka had died of an infection acquired during an autopsy, and Semmelweis had seen the connection. But correlation is not causation. The physicians of Vienna had seen thousands of correlations that proved to be meaningless. They had seen the moon affect fevers. They had seen bloodletting cure pneumonia. They had seen mercury treat syphilis. The history of medicine was a graveyard of correlations that had been confidently asserted and then quietly abandoned. Semmelweis was asking them to abandon miasma theory, a framework that had guided medical practice for centuries, that explained the effectiveness of ventilation and cleanliness, that had been endorsed by the greatest medical minds of the Enlightenment on the basis of a single intervention in a single clinic over a period of months. The evidence Semmelweis offered was statistical. Statistics were not yet a respected form of medical evidence in the 1840s. The great medical statisticians of the era, Pierre Louis in France, William Farr in England, were still fighting for the acceptance of numerical methods in clinical medicine. Many physicians believed that statistics could not capture the individual variation of human bodies, that the art of medicine required judgment, not counting. Semmelweis was asking his colleagues to accept a statistical argument against a theoretical framework that had the weight of tradition, the authority of the most respected medical schools, and the intuitive plausibility of common sense. And Semmelweis could not explain why his intervention worked. He could not identify the agent of disease. He could not isolate the cadaverous particles. He could not grow them in culture or observe them under a microscope. He was asking physicians to change their entire practice on the basis of an invisible, unobservable cause, a cause that existed only in the statistical pattern he had identified. The germ theory of disease would not be experimentally confirmed until Louis Pasteur's work on fermentation in the 1850s and 1860s, and not visually demonstrated until Robert Koch's identification of the anthrax bacillus in 1876. Semmelweis was ahead of the evidence. He was right, but he was right in a way that could not be proven by the standards of his own time. The tragedy of Semmelweis is that he was not merely rejected, he was destroyed. His response to the rejection was not patient persuasion but angry confrontation. He wrote open letters to the professors of obstetrics across Europe, accusing them of murder. He called his opponents ignoramuses and murderers. He became obsessive, paranoid, erratic. In 1865, his colleagues committed him to an insane asylum in Vienna. He died there 2 weeks later, at the age of 47, from an infection of the wound on his right hand, the same kind of infection he had spent his career trying to prevent. The official cause of death was pyemia, the very condition he had shown could be prevented by washing. He died of the disease he had solved, but the idea did not die with him. The turning point came in 2 stages, and the first stage belonged to Joseph Lister. Lister was a surgeon at the Glasgow Royal Infirmary, a man who had read Pasteur's papers on fermentation and made the connection that Semmelweis could not make. Pasteur had shown that fermentation was caused by living microorganisms, not by spontaneous chemical processes. Lister understood that if fermentation was caused by living things, then putrefaction in wounds, the rotting of surgical incisions, was likely caused by the same thing. He developed a technique: spray the surgical field, the instruments, the surgeon's hands, and the wound itself with carbolic acid, a chemical that killed microorganisms. the results were as dramatic as Semmelweis's had been. Before Lister introduced antiseptic technique, the mortality rate from amputation surgery at the Glasgow Royal Infirmary was approximately 45%. After Lister's carbolic acid protocol, it fell to approximately 15%. The reduction was not a statistical fluctuation. It was a transformation. Lister published his results in The Lancet in 1867 in a series of papers titled On the Antiseptic Principle in the Practice of Surgery. He was not dismissed. He was read. He was debated. He was eventually adopted. The difference between Semmelweis and Lister was not the evidence. The evidence was comparable. The difference was theory. Lister could explain why his technique worked. He could point to Pasteur's germ theory, a theory that had been experimentally confirmed, that could be demonstrated in a laboratory, that had a mechanism and a name. The second stage of the turning point came in 1881 at a farm called Poilly-le-Fort outside Paris. Louis Pasteur, now the most famous scientist in France, had developed a vaccine against anthrax, a bacterial disease that killed livestock and occasionally humans. He had tested it in the laboratory. He had tested it on a small scale. Now he needed to prove it to the world. He announced a public demonstration. He would vaccinate 24 sheep, 1 goat, and 6 cows against anthrax. Then he would infect all of them, along with an equal number of unvaccinated animals, with a lethal dose of virulent anthrax. The demonstration was scheduled for May 5, 1881. Journalists attended, scientists attended, veterinary surgeons attended. The skepticism was intense. Anthrax was a known killer. No vaccine had ever been developed for a bacterial disease. On May 31, 1881, Pasteur returned to Poilly-le-Fort with the assembled witnesses. The vaccinated animals were alive. They were grazing. They were healthy. The unvaccinated animals were dead or dying in their pens. The sheep lay on their sides, their legs stiff, their bodies swollen. The goat was dead. The cows were sick. The demonstration was visual, immediate, and undeniable. The journalists wrote their reports. The scientists took notes. The veterinary surgeons went home and began vaccinating livestock. The germ theory of disease was no longer a hypothesis. It was a visible fact. The world changed with extraordinary speed after that demonstration. Within a decade, antiseptic surgery was standard practice in the leading hospitals of Europe and America. Within 2 decades, the first vaccines for human diseases, rabies, typhoid, cholera, had been developed and deployed. Within 3 decades, the germ theory had transformed medicine from a profession that could do little more than diagnose and comfort into a science that could prevent, treat, and cure. The mortality rate from childbirth in hospitals fell from 30% to less than 1%. The mortality rate from surgery fell from 40% to less than 5%. The average human lifespan, which had remained roughly constant for millennia, began its long climb. The scale of the transformation is difficult to grasp. Before germ theory, a surgical wound that became infected was a death sentence. Before germ theory, a mother who developed childbed fever had a 1 in 3 chance of dying. Before germ theory, a child who contracted diphtheria or scarlet fever or tuberculosis had no treatment and no hope. The invisible world that Semmelweis had sensed but could not see, the world of microorganisms, was responsible for the majority of human death throughout history. And once it became visible, once it became real, the interventions that followed saved more lives than any other development in the history of medicine. But the lesson of Semmelweis is not simply that the skeptics were wrong. The lesson is that the skeptics were reasonable. They were applying the standards of their era to evidence that could not meet those standards. They were protecting a theoretical framework that had served medicine for centuries. They were demanding causal proof when only correlational evidence was available. They were not fools. They were the best minds of their generation, and they were wrong. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. The physicians of Vienna believed that invisible particles could not cause disease because they had never seen a disease caused by invisible particles. The physicists of the 1890s believed that heavier-than-air flight was impossible because the mathematics said it could not work. The communications executives of the 1870s believed that the telephone was a toy because the telegraph already solved the problem of distance. The gas companies of the 1880s believed that electric light was a failure because gas lighting was already good enough. The computer executives of the 1970s believed that no one would want a computer at home because home computing had no obvious application. They were all wrong. They were wrong not because they were stupid, but because they were human. The human mind resists fundamental change. It resists the invisible. It resists the unproven. It resists the idea that the framework that has guided success for decades might be fundamentally mistaken. And the human mind is always, in every era, convinced that this time it is right. This time the evidence is sufficient. This time the skeptics are justified. This time the impossible really is impossible. The invisible world of microorganisms is now taught to schoolchildren. It is the common knowledge of every person who has washed their hands during a pandemic. It is so obvious that it is hard to imagine a time when it was not obvious. But it was not obvious. It was resisted by the best minds of an era. The signature line of this series is not a judgment, it is a warning. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. They were all wrong. They were wrong not because they were stupid, but because they were human. The human mind resists fundamental change. It resists the invisible. It resists the unproven. It resists the idea that the framework that has guided success for decades might be fundamentally mistaken. And the human mind is always, in every era, convinced that this time it is right. This time the evidence is sufficient. This time the skeptics are justified. This time the impossible really is impossible. The invisible world of microorganisms is now taught to schoolchildren. It is the common knowledge of every person who has washed their hands during a pandemic. It is so obvious that it is hard to imagine a time when it was not obvious. But it was not obvious. It was resisted by the best minds of an era. The signature line of this series is not a judgment, it is a warning. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. What happened after Semmelweis was not a simple story of truth triumphing over ignorance. It was more complicated and more instructive. Semmelweis himself did not survive to see his vindication. In 1865, 20 years after his discovery, he suffered a breakdown and was committed to an asylum. He died there within 2 weeks, at the age of 47, from an infected wound on his hand, the same kind of infection he had spent his career trying to prevent. The cause of death was sepsis. The irony was not lost on those who understood what he had tried to teach them. The adoption of antiseptic technique did not follow from Semmelweis's work directly. It followed from the work of Joseph Lister, a British surgeon who read Pasteur's papers on fermentation and made the connection between airborne microorganisms and surgical wound infection. In 1867, Lister published a paper describing the use of carbolic acid as a disinfectant during surgery. He sprayed the acid over the wound, the instruments, and the operating field. The results were dramatic. His mortality rate from amputations fell from 45% to 15% within 2 years. Lister succeeded where Semmelweis failed for several reasons. He had a theoretical framework, Pasteur's germ theory, that explained why his method worked. He published in English, in widely read journals, and he traveled to demonstrate his technique to surgeons across Europe and America. He was also a professor of surgery at a major institution, with the authority to implement his methods. Semmelweis had been a junior assistant, challenging his superior, and had published his findings in Hungarian, a language few European physicians read. The resistance to Lister was also fierce. The most prominent American surgeon of the era, Samuel Gross of Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia, declared that antiseptic surgery was a fad that would pass. Gross had trained a generation of American surgeons. His textbook on surgery was the standard reference. He had performed thousands of operations without antiseptic technique and saw no reason to change. He was not a fool. He was a man whose entire professional identity was built on a method that had worked within its own framework for decades. The framework was the problem. The framework of miasma theory could explain why Lister's carbolic acid might work. It cleaned the air, it removed the bad emanations, it improved the atmosphere. Many surgeons who adopted Lister's method did so within the miasma framework, believing they were purifying the air rather than killing microorganisms. The same technique, adopted for the wrong reason, still produced the same reduction in mortality. The theory did not have to be correct for the practice to work. The turning point for germ theory came in the 1870s and 1880s, when Robert Koch, a German physician, developed the methods that would prove the causal relationship between specific microorganisms and specific diseases. Koch isolated the anthrax bacillus in 1876, the tuberculosis bacillus in 1882, and the cholera vibrio in 1883. He developed the techniques for growing pure cultures of bacteria on solid media, using gelatin and later agar, and he formulated the postulates that would become the standard for proving that a particular microbe caused a particular disease. Koch's postulates were simple. The microorganism must be present in every case of the disease. It must be isolated and grown in pure culture. It must cause the disease when introduced into a healthy organism. It must be recovered from the experimentally infected organism. These criteria transformed medicine from a descriptive practice into an experimental science. They provided the evidentiary standard that Semmelweis's clinical data had lacked. They made the invisible visible, measurable, and testable. By the 1890s, the germ theory of disease was broadly accepted in the medical establishment. The consequences were immediate and transformative. Hospitals began to change their architecture. The dark, crowded wards of the pre-antiseptic era gave way to buildings designed for ventilation, separation of patients, and easy cleaning. Surgical instruments were made of materials that could be sterilized. Surgeons began wearing gloves, masks, and gowns, not to protect themselves from the patient, but to protect the patient from them. The mortality rate from surgical infection, which had been between 30 and 50% for major operations in the 1860s, fell to less than 5% by 1900. The maternal mortality rate from childbed fever, which had killed 1 in 3 women in the worst months of the Vienna General Hospital's first clinic, fell below 1% in hospitals that adopted antiseptic delivery protocols. The change happened within a single generation. The knowledge that had been available to Semmelweis in 1847, that hand-washing with a chlorine solution could reduce mortality by 90%, became universal practice. But the pattern of resistance did not end with germ theory. It repeated. In the 1980s, the Australian physician Barry Marshall proposed that peptic ulcers, a condition affecting millions of people worldwide causing pain, bleeding, and death, were caused not by stress and excess stomach acid, but by a bacterium called Helicobacter pylori. The medical establishment was dismissive. The idea that a bacterium could survive in the acidic environment of the stomach violated everything that was known about microbiology. The standard treatment for ulcers was acid-suppressing drugs, a multi-billion-dollar industry. The gastroenterological community was not interested in a paradigm shift. Marshall, frustrated by the rejection of his evidence, did what Semmelweis could not have done. He drank a solution containing H. pylori. Within days, he developed gastritis, the inflammation of the stomach lining that precedes ulcer formation. He biopsied his own stomach, cultured the bacterium, and proved the causal link. It took another decade for the medical establishment to accept what he had demonstrated. In 2005, he won the Nobel Prize. The standard treatment for peptic ulcers today is a course of antibiotics. The acid-suppressing drugs that generated billions of dollars in revenue are now secondary treatments. The paradigm shifted. The parallel with Semmelweis is precise. Both men had statistical evidence that their critics dismissed. Both men challenged a framework that had generated careers, reputations, and institutional structures. Both men were made to seem unreliable by their own behavior. Semmelweis by his increasingly erratic personality, Marshall by his willingness to infect himself. Both men were right. The resistance to their ideas was not irrational. It was the natural operation of a system designed to preserve what it has learned. Today, the same pattern is visible in the study of the human microbiome, the vast ecosystem of microorganisms that live in and on the human body. Researchers are discovering that these microorganisms influence everything from digestion to immune function to mental health. The evidence is statistical. The mechanisms are not fully understood. The medical establishment is skeptical. The pharmaceutical industry has invested billions in treatments that assume a different causal framework. The pattern is repeating. There is a temptation to look back at the doctors who refused to wash their hands and feel superior. They were not stupid. They were not cruel. They were intelligent people working within a framework that had explained disease for centuries. The framework was wrong. The evidence that it was wrong was available. But the human mind does not abandon a framework because evidence accumulates against it. The human mind abandons a framework only when a better framework is available and when the cost of holding the old framework becomes unbearable. The cost of holding the miasma framework was the deaths of hundreds of thousands of women in childbirth. The cost was the deaths of millions of surgical patients. The cost was the suffering of every person who died from an infection that could have been prevented by a simple act that any medical student could perform. The doctors who refused to wash their hands were not monsters. They were human beings doing what human beings always do, defending what they know against what they do not yet understand. The lesson of Semmelweis is not that doctors are stubborn. The lesson is that every profession, every institution, every generation has its own version of the miasma theory, a framework that explains the world well enough to be useful and well enough to be wrong. The frameworks that survive are the ones that can accommodate new evidence. The frameworks that kill are the ones that cannot. The invisible world that Semmelweis could not prove exists as common knowledge today. Every child who washes their hands before eating is practicing the principle that cost Semmelweis his career and his sanity. Every patient who survives surgery is living proof that the framework changed. Every mother who gives birth in a hospital and walks out with her child is a monument to the truth that the best minds of the 19th century could not accept. The pattern does not end. It cannot end. The human mind is not designed to recognize its own blind spots. It is designed to see what it expects to see. The researchers of today who are dismissed by their peers, who are told that their evidence is insufficient, who are told that their theory violates established knowledge, they may be wrong. Most of them are wrong, but some of them are Semmelweis, some of them are Marshall. Some of them are seeing something that the framework cannot accommodate. The question is not whether the current framework is correct. The question is whether it can accommodate what it does not yet understand. The question is whether the institution has the humility to recognize that it has been wrong before. The question is whether the doctors of today will wash their hands of the assumptions they cannot see. The history of medicine is the history of the invisible becoming visible. The history of medicine is the history of the impossible becoming routine. The history of medicine is the history of the best minds of every era being wrong about what they thought they knew. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The screen opens on the French Academy of Sciences, Paris, January 7, 1839. A crowded room of scientists, artists, and journalists. François Arago, the physicist and politician, is demonstrating Louis Daguerre's new process. The audience is looking at images of Paris street scenes captured on silvered copper plates with a precision no painter's hand could match. From today, painting is dead. The speaker was Paul Delaroche, one of the most celebrated painters in France, a man whose historical canvases hung in the Louvre. He had just seen a daguerreotype for the first time. He was not being hyperbolic, he was making a professional assessment. If a machine could capture the visible world with this precision, what purpose remained for the painter's hand? How could some of the smartest people in the world get it so wrong? They were right that painting would be changed forever. They were completely wrong about what that change would mean. Before photography, the only way to preserve a visual record of a human face was to have it painted or drawn. This was a privilege of wealth and status. A painted portrait required a skilled artist, multiple sittings over days or weeks, and a cost equivalent to months of an ordinary worker's wages. The subjects of painted portraits were kings, aristocrats, merchants, and their families. The faces of ordinary people, the farmer, the seamstress, the soldier, the child who died young, were not preserved. They lived and died without visual record. History, in its visual dimension, was the history of the powerful. This was not merely a social inequality, it was an epistemological one. The past was visible only in the images that wealth had commissioned. The appearance of ordinary life, the street, the market, the battlefield, the family, was accessible only through the interpretive filter of the artist's hand. The artist decided what to include and what to omit, what to idealize and what to record. The image was always, to some degree, an argument. The idea that a machine might capture the world without interpretation, that light itself might write its own record, seemed to the artists and critics of 1839 not like progress, but like a category error. Art was not documentation. Documentation was not art. The confusion of the two threatened both. Louis-Jacques Mandé Daguerre was a Parisian theatrical designer and showman, the creator of the diorama, a popular entertainment in which large painted scenes were illuminated by changing light to create the illusion of movement and atmosphere. His interest in capturing the images projected by a camera obscura grew from his theatrical work. He had been collaborating with Nicéphore Niepce, a French inventor who had produced the world's first photograph in 1826 or 1827, a view from the window of his estate at Le Gras, requiring an exposure of several hours. Niepce died in 1833, and Daguerre continued the work alone. By 1839, he had developed the daguerreotype process, a copper plate coated with silver iodide, exposed in a camera, and developed with mercury vapor to produce a detailed, permanent image in approximately 30 minutes. The French government purchased the rights to the process and released it to the world on August 19, 1839, as a gift to humanity. William Henry Fox Talbot, an English mathematician and linguist, had been working simultaneously on a different process, the calotype, which used paper coated with silver iodide to produce a negative from which multiple positive prints could be made. The daguerreotype produced sharper images, the calotype produced reproducible ones. The tension between these two approaches, the unique, irreproducible image and the reproducible print, would define the subsequent history of photography. Fox Talbot's negative-positive process became the basis for all subsequent photographic technology. Daguerre's process, for all its initial dominance, was a dead end. The critics who declared painting dead were not fools. They were artists and intellectuals who understood their medium intimately. They had seen what the daguerreotype could do, and they made a reasonable prediction based on the evidence before them. Charles Baudelaire, the poet and critic, wrote in 1859 that photography was the refuge of every would-be painter, too ill-endowed or too lazy to complete his studies. He saw it as a mechanical crutch for the artistically deficient. The painter, Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, the greatest neoclassical artist of his generation, signed a petition in 1862 demanding that photography be banned from the annual Salon exhibition. He argued that photography was not art because it required no imagination. These objections were not stupid. They were grounded in a real understanding of what made painting valuable. A painted portrait was not merely a record of appearance. It was a record of the artist's perception, the artist's skill, the artist's relationship with the subject. The photograph, by contrast, seemed to bypass the human entirely. The machine saw, the machine recorded. The human merely operated the machine. What the critics could not see was that the machine would not replace the artist. It would liberate the artist from the obligation to document. Painting, freed from the burden of accurate representation, would become something else entirely. The first photographers understood this intuitively. They did not see themselves as artists replacing artists. They saw themselves as inventors of a new way of seeing. The daguerreotype studios that opened across Europe and America in the 1840s were not art galleries. They were commercial portrait factories, serving a clientele that had never been painted. For the first time in human history, a person of modest means could possess an image of a loved one's face. The dead could be remembered. The absent could be present. The bereaved mother could keep the image of her child who died of fever. The soldier could carry the face of his wife into battle. The immigrant could show the family left behind what America had made of them. This was not the death of painting. It was the birth of visual democracy. The critics had confused the tool with the art. They had assumed that because the photograph could do what painting did, record appearance, it would therefore replace painting entirely. What they missed was that the photograph did not compete with painting. It competed with memory. It competed with absence. It competed with death. The daguerreotype captured the world with a fidelity that no human hand could match. But it captured only one world, the world as it appeared at a single moment, from a single point of view, under a single light. Painting captured something else. The artist could combine moments, could distort perspective, could emphasize what mattered and omit what did not. The photograph told the truth. The painting told the truth. By the 1850s, photographic portrait studios had spread across every major city in Europe and America. The cost of a daguerreotype portrait fell to a few dollars. Millions of ordinary people had their faces preserved for the first time. The painter's portrait became a luxury good, a marker of status rather than a necessity. The photographic portrait became the universal record, but the critics had made a deeper error than simply misjudging the market. They had failed to understand that photography would transform painting itself. The Impressionists, emerging in the 1860s and 1870s, were the first generation of painters who had grown up with photography. They did not try to compete with, they painted what it could not record: the feeling of the light on the haystack at 4 in the afternoon in July. Photography pushed painting toward abstraction. If the critics who declared painting dead in 1839 were right about the death of something, what died was not painting. What died was the assumption that the purpose of painting was to record the visible world. By the 1860s, photography had already begun to transform science. Astronomers photographed the moon. Physicians photographed their patients' diseases. Anthropologists photographed the peoples they studied. Matthew Brady's photographs of the American Civil War brought the reality of battle to people who had never seen death. The painted battle scene had been heroic. The photograph was simply true. The critics had not been wrong about the power of photography. They had been wrong about what that power meant. They had seen a threat where there was a transformation. The painter who had declared painting dead was himself photographed many times. His face survives in the medium he feared would destroy his craft. The lesson of photography is not that experts can be wrong about the future. It is that experts often mistake the death of one form for the death of the entire practice. Painting did not die in 1839. It changed. It became something richer, stranger, more various. The photograph did not kill painting. It set painting free. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The lesson of photography is not that experts can be wrong about the future. It is that experts often mistake the death of one form for the death of the entire practice. Painting did not die in 1839. It changed. It became something richer, stranger, more various. The photograph did not kill painting. It set painting free. But the story of photography is not only the story of what it did to art, it is the story of what it did to seeing. Before the daguerreotype, the human eye was the only instrument that could capture the world in its full complexity. After it, the world became something that could be held in the hand, examined at leisure, sent across oceans, preserved beyond the grave. The portrait painter had required hours of a subject's time and a fortune in payment. The daguerreotypist required 30 minutes and a few francs. Suddenly, the face of the ordinary person entered history. The seamstress, the blacksmith, the child who died of fever at the age of 4, their features were no longer lost to time. They were fixed in silver, preserved in a way that no painter's memory could match. The photographers who opened studios in the 1840s and 1850s were often failed painters, former chemists, itinerant showmen, and ambitious entrepreneurs. They did not come from the academy, they came from the street. They understood that the demand for portraits was not limited to the wealthy. Every family wanted its image. Every soldier going to war wanted a picture to leave behind. Every bride wanted her wedding face preserved. The French Academy of Fine Arts watched this explosion with growing alarm. Its members had defined art for centuries. They had determined who was admitted to the salon, who received commissions, who was remembered. Photography threatened that authority at its root. If a machine could produce an image that was more accurate than a painting, more affordable than a painting, more accessible than a painting, then what was the painter's expertise worth? Charles Baudelaire, the poet and critic, was the most eloquent voice of this position. In his review of the Salon of 1859, he wrote, "If photography is allowed to supplement art in some of its functions, it will soon have supplanted or corrupted it altogether, thanks to the stupidity of the multitude. Photography must therefore return to its true duty, which is to be the servant of the sciences and arts, but the very humble servant, like printing or shorthand, which have neither created nor supplemented literature." Baudelaire was not a reactionary. He was one of the most perceptive critics of his era. His argument was coherent. Photography was a tool of documentation, not a medium of expression. The confusion of the two would debase both. He had seen the cheap daguerreotypes flooding the market, the portraits that flattered no one and idealized nothing, the mechanical reproduction of ugliness and imperfection. He believed that art existed to elevate, to select, to transform. The photograph merely recorded. The painters whose livelihoods were threatened by photography, the miniaturists who painted small portraits, the topographical artists who recorded landscapes and buildings, the journalistic illustrators who depicted current events, were more directly motivated in their opposition, but their argument was the same. A machine cannot make art. Art requires a human being. They were not wrong that photography would destroy their trades. The miniature portrait, which had been a flourishing profession for centuries, was effectively extinct within 20 years of the daguerreotype's introduction. No painter could compete with the photograph on accuracy, speed, or price. The topographical illustrator, who had traveled the world recording landscapes for books and magazines, was replaced by the field photographer who could capture a mountain or a ruin in a fraction of the time and with perfect fidelity. But the critics missed something essential. They assumed that photography would remain what it was in 1839, a mechanical recording device, incapable of interpretation, incapable of art. They did not anticipate that photographers would learn to see. They did not anticipate that Julia Margaret Cameron received her first camera in 1863 at the age of 48. She was a mother of 6, the wife of a colonial administrator, living in the English countryside. She was not trained in art. She did not know that photography was supposed to be merely documentary. She set out to make photographs that were as beautiful as paintings, using soft focus, dramatic lighting, and careful composition to create images that were not records but visions. The critics attacked her work. They said her photographs were technically flawed, poorly focused, amateurish. They were right about the technique. They were wrong about the result. Cameron's photographs are among the most celebrated in the history of the medium. She had done exactly what Baudelaire said was impossible. She had made art with a machine. The same transformation was happening across the medium. Photographers were learning that they could choose what to include and what to exclude. They could wait for the right light. They could arrange their subjects. They could manipulate the exposure, the development, the printing. The photograph was not a passive record. It was an active selection. Watkins traveled to Yosemite in 1861 with a camera that used glass plates, each one requiring a separate exposure and development on site. He carried his equipment on mules through rough terrain. He waited for the light to fall exactly as he wanted it. His photographs of Yosemite were so powerful that they helped convince the United States Congress to preserve the valley as a national park. The document had become an argument. The critics of 1839 had assumed that photography would remain a servant. They had not imagined that the servant would become a rival, then a partner, then a medium in its own right with its own masters and its own masterpieces. They had seen the machine and failed to see the human being behind it. The most dramatic demonstration of photography's power came not from art, but from war. In 1855, Roger Fenton traveled to the Crimean War with a horse-drawn darkroom and a camera that required exposures of several seconds. He photographed the landscape of war, the trenches, the batteries, the officers, the empty fields where battles had been fought. His images were the first photographs of war, and they were shocking not because they showed violence, but because they showed its absence. The public had never seen war this way. The painted battle scene was heroic, charging cavalry, waving flags, noble deaths. Fenton's photograph showed mud and rubble and exhausted men. They showed the reality behind the glory. The photograph did not lie, and that was its power. By the American Civil War, photography had become faster and more portable. Matthew Brady and his team of photographers followed the armies, producing thousands of images of camps, fortifications, and battlefields. Brady's photographs of the dead at Antietam, exhibited in his New York studio in 1862, brought the reality of war to the home front in a way that no painting could. The New York Times wrote that Brady's exhibition brought the terrible reality and earnestness of war to the public. The photographs were not art, the critics said. They were documents. But the documents had more power than any painting. They could not be ignored. They could not be idealized. They were true. The painters who had declared photography dead were still painting. They had not been replaced. They had been liberated. The photograph took over the tasks that painting had performed reluctantly: the portrait commission, the topographical record, the journalistic illustration, and freed painters to pursue what they had always claimed to value: expression, imagination, the inner life of the artist. Impressionism, post-impressionism, expressionism, cubism, the great movements of modern painting emerged in the decades after photography's arrival. They were not a rejection of photography, they were a response to it. The painter no longer needed to record the world. The painter could now explore what Paul Delaroche, the painter who had declared painting dead when he first saw the daguerreotype, lived long enough to see photography transform into something he could not have imagined. He sat for photographic portraits himself, his face preserved in the medium he had feared. He did not live to see the Impressionists or the Cubists. He did not live to see photography become art. But he lived long enough to understand that his declaration had been premature. The critics of photography were not fools. They were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They saw a machine that produced images without human intervention, and they concluded that it could not produce art. They were wrong, not because their reasoning was flawed, but because their definition of art was too narrow. They assumed that art required a hand holding a brush. They did not understand that art could be made with a hand pressing a shutter. The lesson of photography is not that experts are always wrong. It is that experts are always working with the categories they have. They cannot see the future because the future does not fit into the categories of the present. The painters who feared photography were right, that their world was ending. They were wrong, that art was ending with it. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The skeptic's position was not merely self-interested. It rested on a genuine philosophical distinction that had governed Western art for 4 centuries. The daguerreotype of 1839 was a remarkable technical achievement, but it was not art in any sense that the 19th century understood the term. It could not choose its subject. It could not compose. It could not interpret. It recorded exactly what was in front of it, with no selection and no judgment. The exposure times required, initially several minutes, meant that moving subjects blurred or disappeared. Early photographs of busy Parisian streets appear eerily empty because the people walking through them were not stationary long enough to register on the silvered plate. The daguerreotype could photograph a building, or a landscape, or a person who sat very still. It could not photograph life as it was lived. Furthermore, the argument that photography would destroy painting was not unreasonable given the economic evidence available in 1839. The miniature portrait painters, who had made their living painting small, detailed likenesses on ivory for middle-class customers, were indeed destroyed by photography. By the 1860s, the miniature portrait was effectively dead as a commercial enterprise. The topographical illustrators who had drawn buildings and landscapes for books and newspapers were replaced by photographers who could produce the same images in a fraction of the time at a fraction of the cost. The economic threat was real and measurable. The question was whether the threat extended to painting as an art form, and here the skeptics were wrong, not because the threat was imaginary, but because they failed to anticipate how painting would respond to it. They saw only what photography would take away. They could not see what it would give. The turning point was not a single event, but a technological development that arrived 15 years after Daguerre's announcement. The carte de visite was introduced by the French photographer André Adolphe Eugène Disdéry in 1854. It was a small albumen print, roughly the size of a playing card, mounted on stiff cardstock. Disteri's innovation was a camera with multiple lenses that could produce 8 or more exposures on a single glass plate, dramatically reducing the cost of each image. The cost of a photographic portrait fell from several pounds or dollars to a few pence or cents. By the early 1860s, photographic studios had opened on every high street in every city in Europe and America. For the first time in human history, ordinary people could have their faces preserved. The demand was enormous and immediate. In 1861, following the publication of Cartes de visite of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, a craze swept Britain and America. People collected cartes de visite of celebrities, politicians, and military officers the way later generations would collect baseball cards or digital photographs. Families assembled albums. The face of the ordinary person entered the historical record for the first time. The painters who had feared photography discovered something unexpected. Relieved of the obligation to document, they began to explore what documentation could not do, to paint not what the eye saw, but what the mind felt. It could not record the sensation of light on hay at noon. That became the painter's territory. Impressionism, post-impressionism, expressionism, and ultimately abstraction are, in a direct sense, photography's gifts to painting. The painters who had feared being replaced discovered that they had been released from a duty they had not known was a burden. The portrait painters who had feared obsolescence adapted or disappeared. Those who survived did so by offering what photography could not: the painter's interpretation, the artist's vision, the visible evidence of a human hand at work. John Singer Sargent painted portraits that were not records of faces, but studies of character and light. He charged more for a single portrait than a photographer earned in a year. He was never short of clients. The critics of photography had made a category error. They had assumed that because photography could not do what painting did, it could do nothing of value. They had confused the limits of the medium with the limits of the art. But photography developed its own aesthetic, its own masters, its own way of seeing. Julia Margaret Cameron, who took up photography at the age of 48 when her daughter gave her a camera, produced portraits that were not documents, but interpretations. Her soft focus, her dramatic lighting, her willingness to let her subjects move and blur, these were not technical failures. They were artistic choices. She was doing what the painters had always done, using her medium to express something about the human condition. The photographers who followed, Alfred Stieglitz, Edward Steichen, Dorothea Lange, Walker Evans, Henri Cartier-Bresson, proved that a photograph by Cartier-Bresson was not a record of a moment. It was the moment itself, seized and shaped by a human intelligence that knew exactly what it was doing. The lesson of photography is not that experts are always wrong. It is that experts are always working with the categories they have. They cannot see the future because the future does not fit into the categories of the present. The painters who feared photography were right, that their world was ending. They were wrong, that art was ending with it. The portrait painters of the 1840s lost their monopoly on the human face. In exchange, they gained the freedom to paint what the face could not show. The illustrators of the 1850s lost their contracts for topographical views. In exchange, they gained the freedom to imagine landscapes that had never existed. Every loss carried a liberation that the losers could not see. Paul Delaroche, who had declared painting dead, lived long enough to see his own prediction disproved. He continued to paint. His later work showed no sign of the artistic paralysis that photography was supposed to have induced. He had been wrong about the death of painting, but he had been right about the transformation. The medium he had feared preserved his own face for posterity. The machine that was supposed to destroy art became the instrument that recorded the artist. The irony was not lost on those who understood what had happened. Photography did not kill painting. It forced painting to become something more than painting had ever been. The daguerreotype of 1839 was not the end of something. It was the beginning of something that no one in that room at the French Academy could have imagined. The image that light wrote on silver would become the image that light wrote on film, and then the image that light wrote on silicon, and then the image that light wrote on nothing at all, a stream of data transmitted through the air at the speed of light itself. Every photograph taken today is a descendant of that first silvered plate. Every selfie, every surveillance camera, every satellite image, every medical X-ray, every telescope photograph of a galaxy, 13 billion light-years away, all of them trace their lineage to the workshop of Nicéphore Niepce and the theatrical ambitions of Louis Daguerre. The critics who said photography could not be art were wrong. But they were wrong in the way that all critics of new technologies are wrong. They mistook the present for the permanent. They assumed that the categories they had inherited would last forever. They did not understand that every new medium creates its own standards, its own masters, its own way of seeing. The painters who feared photography did not lose their art, they lost their monopoly. And in losing their monopoly, they discovered what their art was really for. A camera can record a face. Only a painter can show you what that face means to the person who loves it. A camera can capture a landscape. Only a painter can show you what that landscape means to the person who remembers it. The relationship between photography and painting turned out not to be a war, but a conversation. Each medium pushed the other to become more itself. Painting became more expressive because it no longer had to be documentary. Photography became more artful because it had to prove it could be more than mechanical. The experts of 1839 could not have predicted this outcome. They were not fools. They were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They saw a machine that produced images without human intervention, and they concluded that it could not produce art. They were wrong not because their reasoning was flawed, but because their definition of art was too narrow. They assumed that art required a hand holding a brush. They did not understand that art could be made with a hand pressing a shutter. They did not understand that the choice of what to photograph and when to photograph it and how to print it and how to frame it and how to present it, all of these were acts of creation as meaningful as any stroke of paint. The lesson of photography is not that experts are always wrong. It is that experts are always working with the categories they have. They cannot see the future because the future does not fit into the categories of the present. The painters who feared photography were right that their world was ending. They were wrong that art was ending with it. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The lesson of photography is not that experts are always wrong. It is that experts are always working with the categories they have. They cannot see the future because the future does not fit into the categories of the present. The painters who feared photography were right that their world was ending. They were wrong that art was ending with it. Photography transformed human memory. For the first time, the past could be seen rather than merely described. The faces of the dead remained. A mother who lost her child in 1845 could look at a daguerreotype and see the exact curve of that child's cheek, the precise way the light fell across a sleeping face, the specific expression that no painter would have captured because no painter had been present. The appearance of places before they were changed could be preserved. The streets of Paris as they existed before Haussmann's boulevards cut through them. The American frontier before the plow and the fence. The faces of the enslaved before emancipation. History, which had always been written by the victors and painted by the patrons, suddenly had a witness that could not be bribed. War, previously known through artists' reconstructions that inevitably reflected the artist's politics and patrons' wishes, could now be documented with a fidelity that was at least partially independent of human interpretation. Roger Fenton travelled to the Crimean War in 1855 with a converted wine merchant's wagon that served as his darkroom. He produced 360 images. They were not the first photographs of war, but they were the first that the public could see as truth. Matthew Brady's documentation of the American Civil War between 1861 and 1865 created a new relationship between the public and armed conflict. Brady spent over $100,000 of his own money to field teams of photographers who captured the aftermath of battles at Antietam, Gettysburg, and Petersburg. When his exhibition, The Dead of Antietam, opened in New York in October 1862, the bodies were real, the destruction was real. The image could not be argued away. The New York Times wrote that the images had a terrible distinctness. By bringing the bodies home, photography made war impossible to romanticize. The painted battle scenes that had hung in galleries for centuries, showing heroic charges and noble deaths, suddenly looked like lies. It could not lie. It could only record what was there. Science was transformed equally. The ability to photograph microscopic specimens, astronomical objects, and geological formations created a visual record of the natural world that accelerated every scientific discipline. The moon had been drawn for centuries. In 1840, John William Draper produced the first daguerreotype of the lunar surface, and the drawings suddenly looked like what they were, approximations. The photograph was the thing itself, the microscope and the cellular structure of plants, the crystalline forms of minerals. The microorganisms that Pasteur would later prove caused disease. Photography did not merely document science. It created the possibility of scientific observation at a scale that the human eye could never achieve alone. The face of the ordinary person, the worker, the immigrant, the child laborer, the prisoner, entered the historical record and, eventually, the political one. Jacob Riis was a Danish immigrant who became a police reporter in New York City in the 1880s. He carried a camera into the tenements of the Lower East Side, using the newly invented flash powder to illuminate the dark rooms where families slept 12 to a room and children worked 16-hour days. Riis's book, How the Other Half Lives, published in 1890, was a direct result of his photographs. The images could not be dismissed as exaggeration or political propaganda. They were evidence. Theodore Roosevelt, then a police commissioner, read the book and met with Riis. The result was the beginning of tenement housing reform. Photography had given the voiceless a face, and that face had moved power. Dorothea Lange's photographs of Depression-era migrant workers shaped public policy in the 1930s. Her image, Migrant Mother, taken in a pea pickers camp in Nipomo, California, in March 1936, shows a woman named Florence Owens Thompson with her children. The photograph ran in newspapers across the country. Within days, the federal government had sent £20,000 of food to the camp. Lang worked for the Farm Security Administration, a New Deal agency that employed photographers to document the conditions of rural poverty. The program was explicitly political. The photographers were instructed to create images that would build support for government assistance. It could not be neutral. But its partiality was transparent. The viewer knew the photographer had chosen the subject, the angle, the moment. The honesty was in the specificity. Photography gave the voiceless a face. It also gave the powerful a new tool of surveillance. The same technology that documented the conditions of the poor could be used to monitor them. The same cameras that recorded the atrocities of war could be used to identify dissidents. The same images that moved public opinion could be manufactured to manipulate it. Photography was not inherently good or bad. It was powerful, and power is always dangerous. The French Academy's response to photography, defending the definition of art in terms that excluded the new medium, insisting on the distinction between mechanical reproduction and human expression, is the template for every cultural institution's response to a new medium that threatens its authority. The film industry said television would destroy cinema. The music industry said home taping would destroy music. The publishing industry said the internet would destroy books. In each case, the new medium changed the old one profoundly but did not destroy it. Cinema did not die when television arrived. It became more spectacular, more immersive, more event-oriented. Music did not die when home taping became possible. It became more portable, more personal, more ubiquitous. Books did not die when the internet arrived. They became more specialized, more collectible, more precious as objects. Today, the most direct parallel is the art world's response to artificial intelligence-generated imagery. The argument that AI-generated images cannot be art because they lack human authorship is structurally identical to Baudelaire's argument that photographs cannot be art because they lack the human hand. The argument may be right. It may also be the opening position in a negotiation that the new medium will eventually win. The painters who feared photography were right that their world was ending. They were wrong that art was ending with it. The portrait painters who lost their commissions to the daguerreotype did not disappear. They adapted. They painted from photographs. They painted in styles that photography could not replicate. They found new subjects and new patrons. The art that survived was the art that could not be replaced by a machine. The same thing will happen again. The lesson of photography is not that progress is inevitable. It is that the future arrives in a form that the present cannot recognize. The critics of the daguerreotype were not fools. They were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. They saw a machine that produced images without human intervention, and they concluded that it could not produce art. They were wrong not because their reasoning was flawed, but because their definition of art was too narrow. They assumed that art required a hand holding a brush. They did not understand that art could be made with a hand pressing a shutter. They did not understand that the choice of what to photograph and when to photograph it and how to print it and how to frame it and how to present it, all of these were acts of creation as meaningful as any stroke of paint. It freed painting. Freed from the obligation to record the world, painting could explore what the world meant. The Impressionists, the Expressionists, the abstract artists, all of them owed their freedom to the machine that had supposedly ended their art. Photography took the burden of documentation and left painting with the burden of vision. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The screen in front of you is monochrome. The text appears one character at a time. The machine under the desk makes a sound like grinding gravel when it accesses the hard drive. This is a computer in 1993, and it is not a portal to the world. It is a typewriter with memory, a calculator with a screen, a device for word processing and spreadsheet calculations, and nothing else. The idea that this machine might connect to every other machine, that it might contain the sum of human knowledge, that it might allow a person in Ohio to speak instantly with a person in Tokyo without a telephone call, that idea exists only in the imaginations of a few thousand researchers and hobbyists. To nearly everyone else, the internet is a rumor. In 1993, fewer than 3% of Americans had access to the internet. Those who did connected through university systems, corporate networks, or dial-up services like CompuServe and America Online, which offered a curated, proprietary version of online communication that was entirely separate from the internet proper. The commercial internet, the World Wide Web as a public, navigable space, effectively did not exist before the release of the Mosaic browser in April 1993. Before the web, conducting research meant going to a library. Buying a product meant going to a store or ordering from a paper catalog and waiting weeks for delivery. Finding information about a business meant consulting a printed directory or making a phone call. Communicating with someone in another country meant writing a letter, sending a fax, or making an expensive international telephone call. The friction in all of these activities was enormous by later standards, but it was invisible because it was universal. Nobody knew that the friction could be removed because the technology to remove it did not yet exist. The businesses built on that friction. The travel agent, the encyclopedia publisher, the classified advertising newspaper, the video rental store, the record shop, the bank branch were not merely convenient. They were the infrastructure of daily commercial life. Their employees, their real estate, their supply chains, their profit margins, all depended on the friction remaining. And then, in 1995, the internet arrived. Not as a technology, it had existed for decades, but as a public phenomenon. The Netscape IPO in August 1995 valued a company that had never turned a profit at nearly $3 billion. The web browser became the fastest adopted technology in history. CompuServe and America Online, which had dismissed the internet as a chaotic academic network inferior to their curated services, watched their subscribers defect in millions. The telephone companies, which had assumed that data transmission would be a minor sideline to voice traffic, discovered that data was growing at a rate that would soon exceed voice. The world was changing, and it was changing faster than anyone had predicted. Robert Metcalfe had watched this transformation from a unique vantage point. He had invented Ethernet in 1973, the protocol that allowed computers to communicate within a local area network. He had founded 3Com in 1979, building the hardware that made local networking practical. He understood computer networks at a level that few people on Earth could match. He had also, in 1993, made a prediction. In an article for InfoWorld, the magazine where he wrote a regular column, Metcalfe stated that the internet would soon go spectacularly supernova and in 1996 catastrophically collapse. The prediction was not casual. Metcalfe was not a Luddite or a technophobe. He was a man who had helped build the infrastructure of the digital age. His argument was that the internet's growth was unsustainable, that the traffic was increasing exponentially, while the capacity to carry that traffic was increasing only linearly. He pointed to the congestion on the backbone networks, the failure of service providers to invest in sufficient capacity, the chaos of an open system with no central authority to manage growth. He was not wrong about the problem, he was wrong about the outcome. To understand why Metcalfe's prediction seemed reasonable, you must understand the state of the internet in 1995. The backbone networks that carried internet traffic were privately owned and minimally regulated. The major providers, MCI, Sprint, UUNet, were competing with each other rather than cooperating. There was no single entity responsible for ensuring that capacity kept pace with demand. The traffic was doubling every few months. The investment in new fiber and switching equipment was not keeping up. Congestion was real. In some parts of the network, packet loss rates exceeded 20%. Connections dropped. Websites failed to load. The experience of using the internet in 1995 was, by any objective measure, worse than the experience of using a proprietary service like America Online, which had invested heavily in its own infrastructure. But Metcalfe was not the only skeptic. In February 1995, Newsweek published an article by Clifford Stoll, an astronomer and computer security expert, titled "The Internet." Bah! Stoll had been using the internet since the 1980s. He had written a best-selling book about tracking a hacker through the early network. He knew the technology intimately. And he argued that the internet would never become a medium for commerce, for community, for anything beyond academic research. What the internet hucksters won't tell you, he wrote, is that the internet is an ocean of unedited data without any pretense of completeness. He predicted that electronic books would never replace printed ones, that online shopping would never replace physical stores, that virtual communities would never replace real ones. He was wrong about every specific prediction, but his reasoning was not irrational. Stoll's argument, like Metcalfe's, was based on the evidence available in 1995. The web in 1995 was slow, unreliable, and largely text-based. The first graphical browser had been released only 2 years earlier. The first commercial web browser, Netscape Navigator, was less than a year old. There were approximately 20,000 websites in existence, most of them personal pages or academic projects. The idea that this primitive medium would become the infrastructure of global commerce, the repository of human culture, the primary medium of communication for 5 billion people, that idea required an act of imagination that the evidence did not support. The inventors of the internet had not imagined this either. Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn, who designed the TCP/IP protocols in the early 1970s, had been thinking about resilient military communication, not global commerce. Tim Berners-Lee, who invented the World Wide Web in 1989, had been thinking about how physicists at CERN could share research papers, not how teenagers would share photographs or how businesses would sell products. The internet that emerged in the 1990s was not the result of a grand plan. It was a result of a series of decisions made by people who had no idea what they were building. The turning point came not from a single event, but from a cascade of them. In 1995, the National Science Foundation ended its sponsorship of the internet backbone, opening the network to full commercial use. The same year, Microsoft belatedly recognized the internet's importance and launched Internet Explorer, igniting the browser wars that would drive rapid innovation. Amazon.com launched in July 1995, selling books from a warehouse in Seattle. eBay launched in September 1995, creating a global marketplace for everything. The dot-com boom was underway, and with it came the investment in infrastructure that Metcalfe had argued was impossible. Between 1995 and 2000, telecommunications companies laid more fiber optic cable than had been laid in all of human history. The capacity that Metcalfe had said would never arrive arrived. Metcalfe himself would later acknowledge his error. In 1997, during a keynote speech at a technology conference, he brought a copy of his 1995 column to the stage. He had promised that if he was wrong, he would eat his words. He proceeded to blend the magazine page in a food processor, add water, and consume the resulting pulp. The audience laughed. The gesture was self-deprecating and gracious. But the question remains, how could a man who understood computer networks better than almost anyone on Earth have been so completely wrong about the future of computer networks? The answer illuminates something about prediction itself. Metcalfe was not wrong about the Internet's problems. He was wrong about the response to those problems. He saw the congestion, the underinvestment, the chaos, and he assumed that these conditions would persist. What he failed to anticipate was the scale of the economic incentive to solve them. The Internet was not merely a technology. It was a gold rush. The money that poured into infrastructure between 1995 and 2000 was not the result of rational planning. It was the result of a collective delusion that the Internet would make everyone rich. Much of that money was wasted. But the fiber was laid, the routers were installed, the capacity was built. The critics had also underestimated something else, the network effect. Metcalfe himself had articulated the principle that the value of a network increases with the square of the number of users. A network with 10 users has 100 potential connections. A network with 1,000 users has 1,000,000. A network with 100 million users has 10 trillion. The Internet in 1995 had approximately 16 million users. By 2000, it had 400 million. By 2010, nearly 2 billion. The value of being connected was not merely additive. It was exponential, and as the value increased, so did the incentive to connect. The world before the Internet is now almost unimaginable to anyone born after 1990. The idea of not knowing the answer to a question, of not being able to reach anyone at any time, of not having access to the accumulated knowledge of human civilization from a device in your pocket, this is not merely inconvenient. It is a form of deprivation that younger generations cannot fully comprehend. The businesses built on friction have largely disappeared. The travel agent, the encyclopedia publisher, the classified advertising newspaper, the video rental store, the record shop, these were not merely inconvenienced by the Internet. They were eliminated. The friction they depended on was not a feature of the market, it was a bug that the Internet fixed. But the Internet also created frictions of its own. The attention economy, the surveillance infrastructure, the centralization of power in a handful of companies, the erosion of privacy, the manipulation of public discourse, the algorithmic amplification of outrage and misinformation. These were not predicted by the optimists of 1995 either. The Internet that Metcalfe and Stoll worried would collapse did not collapse. It succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation. But the Internet that succeeded was not the Internet anyone had imagined. It was something stranger, more powerful, and more dangerous. The lesson is not that critics are always wrong. The lesson is that the future is not a linear projection of the present. The congestion of 1995 did not predict the fiber of 2000. The chaos of the early web did not predict the order of Google. The skepticism of experts did not predict the adoption of billions. The human capacity to solve problems that seem intractable is itself a variable that prediction cannot capture. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The Internet that Metcalfe and Stoll worried would collapse did not collapse. It succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation. But the Internet that succeeded was not the Internet anyone had imagined. It was something stranger, more powerful, and more dangerous. The origins of this transformation were institutional rather than individual. ARPANET, the network funded by the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, went live in October 1969, connecting computers at UCLA, Stanford Research Institute, UC Santa Barbara, and the University of Utah. Its purpose was not commercial communication, but resilient military communication, a network designed to continue functioning even if large portions of it were destroyed. The packet switching protocols developed for ARPANET by Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn in the early 1970s, TCP/IP, the fundamental communication language of the Internet, were designed for robustness and openness rather than commercial control. They assumed that the network would be unreliable and that intelligence should live at the edges, in the computers themselves, not in the infrastructure connecting them. This architectural decision, made for military resilience, turned out to be the foundation of everything that followed. The transformation of this military and academic network into a public medium was the work of Tim Berners-Lee, a British physicist working at CERN in Geneva. In 1989, Berners-Lee proposed a system for sharing information across the internet using hypertext links, documents that pointed to other documents, creating a navigable web of connected information. He called it the World Wide Web. He wrote the first web server and the first web browser in 1990. He published a proposal as an open standard, refusing to patent it or restrict its use. This decision, to give the web away, was the single most consequential act of technological generosity in the 20th century. It meant that no company would own the web, no government would license it, no gatekeeper would control access. The web belonged to everyone who could connect to it. The browser that made the web accessible to ordinary users was Mosaic, developed by Mark Andreessen and Eric Bina at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications at the University of Illinois in 1993. Mosaic was the first browser to display images in line with text, transforming the web from a text-based academic tool into a visual medium that any computer user could navigate. The number of web servers grew from 50 in January 1993 to 500 in October 1993 to 10,000 by the end of 1994. Metcalfe's prediction was the most memorable but not the most influential. Clifford Stoll, an astronomer and author who had been one of the first people to track a hacker through the internet in the late 1980s, an experience he had written about in the celebrated book The Cuckoo's Egg, published a manifesto in Newsweek on February 26, 1995, titled The Internet? Bah! Its opening line. After 2 decades online, I'm perplexed. Stoll argued that the internet would never replace newspapers, never enable commerce, never be a reliable source of information, and never substitute for real human community. What's missing from this electronic wonderland, he wrote. Human contact. The specific predictions were numerous and specific. No online database will replace your daily newspaper. No CD-ROM can take the place of a competent teacher. No computer network will change the way government works. Every one of these predictions was wrong within a decade. The media executives who dismissed the internet were equally specific. Sumner Redstone, chairman of Viacom, told an interviewer in 1995 that the internet was a passing fad. The chairman of one of the 3 major American television networks told a technology conference in 1996 that the internet would never threaten broadcast television because people want to sit back and watch, not sit forward and interact. The telecommunications industry was more nuanced in its skepticism. The telcos understood that the internet would generate traffic, but they expected to control and monetize that traffic through proprietary networks rather than the open internet. The AOL model, a walled garden of curated content accessed to a proprietary interface, was the telco industry's preferred vision of the internet's future. In this vision, the internet was a service you subscribed to, like cable television, not a platform you built upon. Why did these skeptics sound so reasonable? Because in 1995, the evidence supported them. The internet was slow. The internet was unreliable. The internet was difficult to use. The internet had no business model. The internet was dominated by pornography, hobbyist discussions, and academic file transfers. The idea that this chaotic, underperforming network would become the infrastructure of global commerce and communication required a leap of faith that no reasonable person could make based on the available data. The congestion that Metcalfe had warned about was real. The early web was slow because the infrastructure was not designed for the traffic it was carrying. The telephone network, built for voice calls lasting minutes, was being used for data sessions lasting hours. The backbone connections between networks were thin. The routers were underpowered. The protocols were inefficient. Anyone who used the web in 1995 knew that it was, by any reasonable standard, a frustrating experience. The turning point came not from a single invention, but from a cascade of investments and innovations that solved the congestion problem. The Telecommunications Act of 1996, whatever its other consequences, spurred massive investment in fiber optic infrastructure. The development of DSL and cable modem technology brought broadband to homes. The deployment of faster routers and more efficient protocols made the network itself faster. The congestion of 1995 was not a permanent condition. It was a problem that capital and engineering solved. The second turning point was commercial. In 1995, Netscape went public and the stock price doubled on the first day. The message to the business world was unmistakable. The internet was not a fad. It was the biggest business opportunity since the automobile. Venture capital flooded into internet startups. Amazon sold its first book in July 1995. eBay launched in September 1995. Yahoo went public in April 1996. The commercial internet was not built by the telcos or the media companies. It was built by entrepreneurs who saw what the incumbents could not see. The third turning point was search. In 1995, finding anything on the web was a lottery. Yahoo was a human-edited directory, a librarian's approach to an unmanageable explosion. Then came Alta Vista, then Lycos, then Excite. And then, in 1998, two Stanford graduate students named Larry Page and Sergey Brin launched a search engine that used the structure of the web itself to rank results. Google did not search the web, it understood the web. It understood that a link from one page to another was a vote of confidence, and that the votes could be counted. By 2000, the congestion was largely solved. By 2005, broadband had reached the majority of American homes. By 2010, the smartphone had put the internet in 1 billion pockets. The internet that Metcalfe had predicted would collapse in 1996 was, by 2006, the largest and most complex system ever built by human beings. It carried more data in a single second than the entire telephone network had carried in a year in 1995. How the world changed is not a single story. It is 10,000 stories. The travel agent disappeared. The encyclopedia disappeared. The video store disappeared. The record shop disappeared. The newspaper classified section disappeared. The printed map disappeared. The telephone directory disappeared. The fax machine disappeared. The postcard, the letter, the telegram, the telex, all of them became historical curiosities within a single generation. New industries appeared that had no precedent. Social media, search advertising, online video, cloud computing, the sharing economy, the gig economy, cryptocurrency. Each of these was built on the open infrastructure that Berners-Lee had given away and that Cerf and Kahn had designed for military resilience. The architectural decision to put intelligence at the edges of the network rather than in its center meant that anyone could build on the internet without asking permission. The unintended consequences were as profound as the intended ones. The internet connected the world, but it also fragmented attention. It democratized information, but it also democratized misinformation. It gave voice to the voiceless, but it also amplified the loudest and most extreme. It made commerce frictionless, but it also made surveillance ubiquitous. The same architecture that allowed a student in Nairobi to access the same knowledge as a student in Cambridge also allowed a foreign intelligence service to influence an election. The lesson is not that critics are always wrong. The lesson is that the future is not a linear projection of the present. The congestion of 1995 did not predict the fiber of 2000. The chaos of the early web did not predict the order of Google. The skepticism of experts did not predict the adoption of billions. The human capacity to solve problems that seem intractable is itself a variable that prediction cannot capture. The critics were not fools. They were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. Metcalfe understood networks better than almost anyone alive. Stoll had seen the internet's dark side firsthand. The media executives had built careers on understanding what audiences wanted. The telcos had built the infrastructure that made the internet possible. Their skepticism was not irrational. It was evidence-based. The evidence was just incomplete. The internet succeeded not because the skeptics were wrong, but because the optimists were right about something deeper. They were right that the problems of 1995 were solvable. They were right that the value of connection would compound over time. They were right that human creativity, given an open platform, would produce things that no one could predict. The skeptics saw the internet as it was. The optimists saw the internet as it could become. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. But the skeptics were not wrong about the internet of 1995. They were wrong about the rate of change. The problems they identified were real. The backbone congestion that caused delays measured in minutes rather than seconds was real. The security vulnerabilities that made credit card numbers vulnerable to interception were real. The bandwidth limitations that made streaming video a technical impossibility were real. What the skeptics could not see was the speed at which these problems would be solved. The infrastructure that Metcalfe predicted would collapse was being rebuilt in real time. Fiber optic cables were being laid beneath cities and across oceans. Routing protocols were being refined. Compression algorithms were making it possible to transmit more data over existing lines. The 14.4 kilobit per second modem became the 28, then the 56, then the cable modem, then the DSL connection, then the fiber optic connection to the home. Each increment was small. The cumulative effect was revolutionary. Clifford Stoll's argument about human contact was more difficult to refute because it was not a technical objection. It was a philosophical one. He believed that the richness of human interaction could not be reduced to text on a screen. He was right about the premise. He was wrong about the conclusion. The internet did not replace human contact. It augmented it. It allowed people to maintain relationships across distances that would have severed them in any previous era. It allowed people to find communities of shared interest that did not exist in their physical neighborhoods. It allowed people to fall in love, to mourn together, to organize movements, to share knowledge, to laugh at the same joke at the same moment while separated by thousands of miles. The media executives who dismissed the internet as a fad were not ignorant. They were prisoners of their own business models. A newspaper that had invested millions of dollars in printing presses and delivery trucks could not easily imagine a world in which news was distributed through a screen. A television network that had built its revenue model around 30-second advertisements could not easily imagine a world in which viewers chose what to watch and when to watch it. A record company that had built its business around selling physical objects in plastic cases could not easily imagine a world in which music was a service rather than a product. The telcos who dismissed the internet as a toy were the most ironic prisoners of all. They owned the infrastructure. They controlled the pipes. They had the capital, the expertise, and the regulatory relationships. What they did not have was the imagination to see what their own infrastructure could become. They saw the internet as a way to send email and browse text. They did not see it as a way to deliver video, music, telephony, banking, education, healthcare, and commerce. They did not see that their own wires would carry the entire economy. The turning point arrived with the force of a revelation. On August 9, 1995, Netscape Communications Corporation went public. The stock opened at $28 per share. It closed at $58 per share. The company had been in existence for 18 months. It had no profits. Its primary product was given away for free. Its market valuation at the close of its first trading day was approximately $2.9 billion. The market was not valuing Netscape's earnings. It was valuing a future that did not yet exist. It was betting that the internet would become the infrastructure of the global economy. It was betting that billions of people would connect to each other through a network that in 1995 served fewer than 40 million. It was betting that the problems of congestion, security, and bandwidth would be solved. It was betting that the skeptics were wrong. Within 18 months of the Netscape IPO, the landscape had transformed. Every major newspaper in the United States had launched a website. Every major retailer had an online presence. Every major bank offered online banking. Every major broadcaster had a digital strategy. The companies that had dismissed the internet as a fad were now scrambling to catch up. The companies that had built their business models around friction were watching that friction dissolve. The skeptics had been wrong, but not foolish. They had made the mistake that every generation makes. They had extrapolated from the present rather than imagining the future. They had looked at the internet of 1995, slow, fragile, insecure, inaccessible to most people, and concluded that it would remain that way. They had not understood that the internet was not a finished product. It was a platform. And the value of a platform compounds over time as more people build on it, more people connect to it, and more people find uses for it that its creators never imagined. The human capacity to solve problems that seem intractable is itself a variable that prediction cannot capture. The skeptics could not have predicted the development of fiber optic technology that multiplied bandwidth by a factor of 1,000. They could not have predicted the development of compression algorithms that made video streaming possible over connections that had barely been able to carry text. They could not have predicted the development of encryption protocols that made online commerce secure. They could not have predicted the development of social media platforms that made the internet a vehicle for human connection rather than mere information exchange. The critics were not fools. They were intelligent people using the best available reasoning. Metcalfe understood networks better than almost anyone alive. Stoll had seen the internet's dark side firsthand. The media executives had built careers on understanding what audiences wanted. The telcos had built the infrastructure that made the internet possible. Their skepticism was not irrational. It was evidence-based. The evidence was just incomplete. The internet succeeded not because the skeptics were wrong, but because the optimists were right about something deeper. They were right that the problems of 1995 were solvable. They were right that the value of connection would compound over time. They were right that human creativity, given an open platform, would produce things that no one could predict. The skeptics saw the internet as it was. The optimists saw the internet as it could become. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The economic restructuring driven by the internet was the largest reorganization of commercial activity since the Industrial Revolution. The travel industry lost its intermediaries, the travel agent who knew fares the customer could not see, the hotel booking system that required a phone call and a human operator, the paper ticket that had to be physically delivered and collected. The classified advertising business, which had been the economic foundation of the American newspaper industry for more than a century, was destroyed by Craigslist and then by digital platforms, taking the newspaper industry with it. Between 2000 and 2020, American newspaper employment fell by more than 60%. Hundreds of newspapers closed entirely. The news desert, communities with no local news coverage at all, spread across the country. Retail was restructured by e-commerce. The shopping mall, which had been the third place of American suburban life, the teenager's social space, the family's Saturday destination, the elderly walker's climate-controlled promenade, became a ghost. Between 2010 and 2020, more than 150 American shopping malls closed entirely. The music industry was restructured by digital distribution. The record store, the independent shop where the clerk knew your taste, where you discovered bands from the staff picks, where you bought the album because you loved the cover art, was replaced by a subscription service that offered every song ever recorded for a monthly fee, smaller than the price of a single CD. The encyclopedia was made obsolete by Wikipedia. The map was made obsolete by GPS and Google Maps. The taxi was disrupted by ride-sharing. The hotel was disrupted by home-sharing. Every industry built on information, asymmetry. The travel agent who knew fares that the customer could not see. The car dealer who knew invoice prices that the buyer could not access. The real estate agent who controlled access to listings was fundamentally altered by a medium that made information universally accessible. The political consequences were equally profound. The Arab Spring of 2010 and 2011 was organized on social media, young people in Tunisia and Egypt using Facebook and Twitter to coordinate protests that toppled governments that had seemed immovable. The Brexit referendum and the 2016 American presidential election were influenced by targeted digital advertising in ways that traditional political science had no framework to analyze. The Cambridge Analytica scandal revealed that the data of tens of millions of Facebook users had been harvested without their consent and used to build psychological profiles for political targeting. The internet did not merely change how people communicated, it changed the structure of power. The company that owned the search engine became the arbiter of truth. The company that owned the social network became the mediator of public discourse. The company that owned the marketplace became the regulator of commerce. These were not outcomes that anyone had predicted in 1995. They were not outcomes that anyone could have predicted. Metcalfe ate his column. In 1997, At the 6th International World Wide Web Conference in Santa Clara, California, he took the original printed column, the one in which he had predicted the internet would collapse, and blended it into a smoothie with water, then drank it in front of the audience. It was a graceful act of public self-correction. He did not defend his prediction. He did not explain it away. He acknowledged that he had been wrong, and he did so in a way that was memorable, human, and impossible to ignore. The lesson of his prediction is not that he was foolish. It is that even the people who built the foundational technology of the internet could not accurately predict how it would scale, what problems would be solved, and what the world would look like once those problems were solved. Today, the technology drawing the most confident expert dismissal is artificial general intelligence. The specific objections that current AI systems are statistical pattern matchers rather than genuine reasoners, that they hallucinate, that they cannot plan, that they lack common sense, are technically accurate descriptions of current limitations. They are being made by some of the most technically sophisticated people in the world. They may be right. They may also be the 1995 internet critique applied to a technology that will look, in 20 years, the way the internet looks today. The critics of AGI are not fools. They are intelligent people using the best available reasoning. Their objections are evidence-based. The evidence is just incomplete. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The screen opens on a Blockbuster store, Friday evening, 1998. The parking lot is full. The aisles are crowded. The new release wall is picked over by 7 in the evening, the late fee counter at the front, a title card, Blockbuster Video. 9,000 stores worldwide. 60 million member accounts. Annual revenue of $6 billion. Then the quote, "We were not even on their radar screen when it came to competition." John Antioco, CEO of Blockbuster, 2008. Then, Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy in 2010. There is one Blockbuster store left in the world, in Bend, Oregon, operating as a tourist attraction. Netflix has 278 million subscribers and a market capitalization of approximately $300 billion. How does the dominant company in an industry fail to recognize the company that will destroy it? In 1997, the Friday night trip to the video rental store was one of the most reliable rituals of American family life. Blockbuster had perfected the physical infrastructure of entertainment delivery. Its stores were bright, clean, and comprehensively stocked. Its real estate strategy, stores positioned within a 10-minute drive of the majority of suburban American households, had been executed with the precision of a military campaign. The late fee, which customers hated, generated approximately $800 million per year in revenue, roughly 16% of Blockbuster's total income. Physical media was not just a delivery mechanism, it was a social ritual. Families drove together to choose films. New releases were genuinely scarce. There were only so many copies of a tape, and on Friday evening they were gone. Scarcity created anticipation. The video store experience was not merely tolerated. It was, for many people, part of the pleasure of the evening. The idea that consumers would abandon this ritual for the friction-laden experience of downloading a film over a dial-up modem, or that they would pay a monthly subscription for films to arrive by mail, then later materialize from nothing through a cable, seemed not like an improvement, but like a deliberate degradation of the experience. Reed Hastings was not the first person to mail DVDs. He was the first person to understand that the Postal Service was a distribution network for entertainment, that a company that could ship a DVD to any address in the United States within 2 days and receive it back within 2 days had, in effect, a nationwide video store with no rent, no staff, and no inventory limits. Hastings founded Netflix in 1997 with Mark Randolph, a direct mail marketing veteran. The Netflix model was initially simple. Customers paid a per rental fee plus a flat postage fee. The subscription model, unlimited rentals for a fixed monthly fee, was introduced in 1999. The elimination of late fees was its most radical feature. Blockbuster's late fee revenue was its most reliable profit center, but it was also its most hated feature. Netflix turned that hatred into a competitive advantage. The strategic insight that would eventually destroy Blockbuster was not the DVD, it was the subscription. A subscription model aligned the company's interest with the customers. The customer wanted to watch as many films as possible. Netflix wanted the customer to keep subscribing. The per-rental model, by contrast, created a perverse incentive. The video store wanted the customer to keep the tape a day too long. In 2000, Hastings flew to Dallas to meet with John Antioco. Netflix had lost money every quarter since its founding. The company was burning through venture capital. Hastings proposed a partnership. Netflix would handle Blockbuster's online presence, and Blockbuster would promote Netflix in its stores. Antioco listened. The meeting lasted less than an hour. Blockbuster declined the offer. The reasoning was straightforward. Blockbuster had 9,000 stores. Netflix had no stores. Blockbuster had $6 billion in annual revenue. Netflix had less than 100 million. Blockbuster understood the video business. Netflix was a mailing service. Why did the skeptics sound reasonable? Because they were reasonable. In 2000, the number supported them. Netflix had approximately 300,000 subscribers. Blockbuster had 60 million member accounts. The DVD by mail market was, at that moment, a niche serving early adopters. The infrastructure required to compete with Blockbuster's physical presence did not yet exist. Broadband internet reached fewer than 10% of American households in 2000. Streaming video required bandwidth that the network could not deliver. The idea that consumers would wait for a DVD to arrive by mail when they could drive 10 minutes to a store seemed, to the executives at Blockbuster, like a solution to a problem nobody had. The problem was not convenience. The problem was the late fee. Blockbuster had the resources to compete. In 2004, the company launched its own DVD by mail service, Blockbuster Online. It had the brand. It had the relationships with studios. It had the capital to acquire competitors. It had everything except the willingness to cannibalize its own stores. The turning point came not from technology, but from a change in what customers valued. The convenience of the mailbox, the elimination of the trip, the late fee, the disappointment of an empty shelf began to matter more than the ritual of the store. By 2005, Netflix had 4 million subscribers. Blockbuster had launched its online service but refused to market it aggressively, fearing it would accelerate the decline of store traffic. The company was caught between its present and its future. Antioco understood the threat. In 2007, he proposed eliminating late fees entirely and investing heavily in the online service. The board rejected the proposal. The late fee generated $800 million a year. The board could not imagine a future without it. The year 2007 was also the year Netflix launched its streaming service. The shift from DVDs by mail to streaming by internet was not a technological leap, it was a strategic one. Netflix had built a subscriber base through the mail. Now it could offer them something the mail could not deliver: instant access. Blockbuster had the opportunity to build its own streaming service. It had the content licenses. It had the customer data. It had the brand recognition. What it lacked was the organizational will to abandon what it had already built. The psychology of incumbency is not laziness. It is a rational attachment to existing revenue. Blockbuster stores were profitable. The late fee was profitable. The supply chain was optimized. The real estate was owned or leased. Every quarter, the existing model delivered reliable returns. Why would a CEO destroy a profitable business to invest in an unprofitable one? The answer, in retrospect, is that the profitable business was already dying. The revenue was real, the trajectory was not. Blockbuster's store revenue peaked in 2002 and declined every year thereafter. The decline was not caused by Netflix. It was caused by the same forces that had always shaped entertainment, convenience, and choice. Blockbuster offered limited inventory at fixed locations during operating hours. Netflix offered unlimited inventory delivered to any address. The streaming service that launched in 2007 was not immediately superior. The catalog was small, the video quality was mediocre. The buffering was frequent, but it offered something the video store could never offer: the absence of friction. Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy in 2010. The company that had dominated home entertainment for 2 decades was worth less than its debt. the stores closed in waves. The jobs disappeared. The brand that had defined Friday night became a memory. What Blockbuster failed to understand was not technology. It was the nature of the relationship between the customer and the product. Blockbuster sold access to physical objects. Netflix sold access to an experience. The physical object, the VHS tape, the DVD, was not the entertainment. It was the container. Blockbuster optimized the distribution of containers. Netflix optimized the distribution of experiences. The subscription model that seemed radical in 1999 became the standard for every form of media. Music, books, news, software, games, all of them moved from ownership to access. The unintended consequence of streaming was not the death of the video store. It was the transformation of how human beings experience time. The schedule disappeared. The scarcity disappeared. The anticipation disappeared. A child born in 2010 has never known a world without on-demand entertainment. The concept of waiting for a specific time to watch a specific program is as foreign to them as the concept of a telephone operator. The lesson of Blockbuster is not that the company was stupid. It was not. The lesson is that success creates a specific kind of blindness. A business that is profitable, dominant, and admired has every reason to believe that its model is correct. The critics of streaming were not fools. They were people who had spent their careers building a system that worked. The system worked so well that they could not imagine a different one. The future does not arrive as a clear alternative. It arrives as a marginal improvement that seems, at first, like a hobby. The companies that survive are not the ones that predict the future. They are the ones that are willing to destroy their present. Netflix now produces more original content than any studio in history. It spends more on programming than most countries. The company that began as a mailing service for DVDs is now a global entertainment conglomerate. Blockbuster had the chance to buy Netflix in 2000 for $50 million. The deal was not rejected. It was not even seriously considered. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The critics of streaming were not fools. They were people who had spent their careers building a system that worked. The system worked so well that they could not imagine a different one. The future does not arrive as a clear alternative. It arrives as a marginal improvement that seems, at first, like a hobby. The companies that survive are not the ones that predict the future. They are the ones that are willing to destroy their present. Reed Hastings was not the first person to mail DVDs. He was the first person to understand that the Postal Service was a distribution network for entertainment, that a company that could ship a DVD to any address in the United States within 2 days and receive it back within 2 days had, in effect, a nationwide video store with no rent, no staff, and no inventory limits. Hastings founded Netflix in 1997 with Mark Randolph, a direct mail marketing veteran. The Netflix model was initially simple. Customers paid a per rental fee plus a flat postage fee. The subscription model, unlimited rentals for a fixed monthly fee, was introduced in 1999. The elimination of late fees was its most radical feature. Blockbuster's late fee revenue was its most reliable profit center, but it was also its most hated feature. Netflix turned that hatred into a competitive advantage. The strategic insight that would eventually destroy Blockbuster was not the DVD, it was the subscription. A subscription model aligned the company's interests with the customers. The customer wanted to watch as many films as possible. Netflix wanted the customer to keep subscribing. The per-rental model, by contrast, created a perverse incentive. The video store wanted the customer to keep the tape a day too long. In 2000, Hastings flew to Dallas and walked into Blockbuster's corporate headquarters. He proposed a partnership in which Netflix would manage Blockbuster's online brand and Blockbuster would promote Netflix in its stores. He was offering Blockbuster the online future in exchange for shelf space. Blockbuster's executives laughed him out of the room. Antioco later recalled that Netflix was not considered a serious competitive threat. The cable industry's dismissal of streaming was equally confident. The chairman of a major American cable company told investors in 2007 that streaming video would never replace cable because broadband speeds were insufficient for reliable delivery of high-definition content. He was not wrong about the bandwidth. He was wrong about how quickly bandwidth would improve. The Hollywood studios, meanwhile, delayed licensing their content to Netflix for streaming because they feared it would cannibalize DVD sales, their most profitable revenue stream. They were correct that streaming would cannibalize DVD sales. They failed to understand that the alternative was not preserving DVD sales, but watching someone else build the streaming infrastructure and then dictating terms to them. The studios thought they controlled the content. They did not understand that distribution was becoming more valuable than content. The turning point arrived in 2007. Netflix launched its streaming service, offering subscribers access to a library of films and television shows delivered over the internet. The library was small, the quality was inconsistent, the technology was not ready for prime time, but the direction was clear. Streaming was not a better version of the DVD by mail service, it was a different category entirely. The DVD service had been a bridge to a world where content existed as data, not as objects. Blockbuster responded in 2008 by launching its own DVD by mail service, Blockbuster Online, and later a streaming service called Blockbuster On Demand. The response was too late and too hesitant. Blockbuster was defending two businesses at once, the physical stores that still generated revenue and the digital future that threatened them. The company could not commit to either. It could not abandon the stores without destroying its revenue. It could not embrace streaming without destroying its relationship with the studios that supplied its physical inventory. Blockbuster was caught between the business it had and the business it needed to build. The studios, meanwhile, began licensing their content to Netflix for streaming. The deals were small at first, older films, catalog titles, content that had already exhausted its DVD revenue. But each deal built the library, and each edition made the service more valuable. By 2009, Netflix had 10 million subscribers. By 2010, 20 million. Blockbuster filed for bankruptcy in September 2010, burdened by more than $1 billion in debt and unable to compete with a service that offered unlimited content for a flat monthly fee. The bankruptcy was not a sudden collapse. It was the slow asphyxiation of a company that could not imagine a world in which its core business was obsolete. Blockbuster had the customers, it had the brand, it had the relationships with the studios. It had everything except the willingness to abandon what it already had. Netflix now produces more original content than any studio in history. It spends more on programming than most countries. The company that began as a mailing service for DVDs is now a global entertainment conglomerate with 278 million subscribers and a market capitalization of approximately $300 billion. The transformation of the entertainment industry was not driven by a technology that did not exist. It was driven by a business model that the dominant companies refused to adopt. The subscription model, the elimination of friction, the willingness to lose money on content in order to gain subscribers, these were not secrets. They were visible to anyone who cared to look. Blockbuster looked, the cable companies looked, the studios looked. They all saw the same data. They all reached the same conclusion, that the future was not worth the destruction of the present. Blockbuster had the chance to buy Netflix in 2000 for $50 million. The deal was not rejected. It was not even seriously considered. The executives who laughed Hastings out of the room were not stupid. They were rational actors making decisions based on the information they had. The information they had told them that Blockbuster was the dominant company in a profitable industry. The information they had told them that Netflix was a small company with a niche product and no clear path to profitability. The information they had was correct. It was also incomplete. What the information did not tell them was that the ground beneath their industry was shifting. The DVD was a transitional format. The physical store was a transitional distribution model. The late fee was a transitional revenue stream. Everything they had built was temporary. The lesson of streaming is not that the critics were wrong. It is that the critics were making a reasonable assessment based on the present, and the present was a poor guide to the future. The bandwidth that made streaming possible in 2010 did not exist in 2005. The compression technology that made streaming efficient did not exist in 2000. The smartphone that made streaming portable did not exist in 2007. The smart television that made streaming convenient did not exist in 2009. The recommendation algorithm that made streaming addictive was built over years of data collection that had no precedent in the physical world. Each of these developments was predictable in retrospect. None was predictable in advance. The critics of streaming were not wrong about the present. They were wrong about the rate of change. They assumed that the constraints of 2005 would still apply in 2015. They did not. The cable companies assumed that their infrastructure was a moat. It was not. It was a foundation that someone else could build on top of. The streaming services did not need to build their own cable networks. They needed the internet to be fast enough, and the internet got faster. The Hollywood studios assumed that their content libraries were a moat. They were not. The streaming services learned to produce their own content, and they learned to produce it better than the studios because they had data on what audiences actually wanted to watch. The physical retailers assumed that their locations were a moat. They were not. The streaming service did not need a location. It needed a server and a subscription. The store became irrelevant the moment the connection became fast enough. There is one Blockbuster store left in the world. It is in Bend, Oregon. It operates as a tourist attraction. People drive hundreds of miles to visit it. They take photographs of the shelves, the late fee counter, the new release wall. They are visiting a museum of a world that no longer exists. The store that once represented the future of entertainment now represents the past. The company that once dominated an industry now serves as a cautionary tale. The executives who laughed at Netflix are remembered not as villains, but as victims of their own success. The lesson is not that the critics were foolish. It is that the critics were trapped by their own expertise. They knew too much about how the world worked to imagine how it might work differently. Their knowledge was not a weakness. It was the source of their blindness. The streaming revolution was not a victory of vision over blindness. It was a victory of willingness over reluctance. Netflix was willing to lose money to gain subscribers. Blockbuster was not. Netflix was willing to abandon the physical. Blockbuster was not. Netflix was willing to compete with the studios by becoming a studio itself. Blockbuster was not. The difference between the company that survived and the company that failed was not intelligence. It was the willingness to destroy what you have built. Every company that faces a disruptive technology faces the same choice. The choice is not between the present and the future. It is between the present and the destruction of the present. Most companies choose the present. Most companies fail. The critics of streaming were not wrong to be skeptical. They were wrong to assume that skepticism was a strategy. Skepticism without action is not wisdom. It is paralysis dressed as prudence. The world after streaming is a world without friction. Content arrives on demand. The schedule is dead. The store is dead. The late fee is dead. The scarcity that defined entertainment for a century has been replaced by abundance, and abundance has its own problems. The problem of finding something to watch has replaced the problem of finding anything to watch. The anxiety of infinite choice has replaced the frustration of limited selection. Every solution creates a new problem. Every revolution creates a new orthodoxy. The streaming services that destroyed Blockbuster are now facing their own disruptors. The subscription model that seemed revolutionary is becoming expensive. The content libraries that seemed infinite are fragmenting. The algorithms that seemed magical are becoming predictable. The cycle does not end. The company that cannot imagine its own obsolescence will become obsolete. The industry that cannot imagine its own transformation will be transformed by someone else. The pattern is as old as technology itself. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The critics of streaming were not fools. They were rational actors making reasonable calculations based on the world as it existed. In 2000, the average American home connected to the internet at 56 kilobits per second, sufficient for email and basic web browsing, entirely insufficient for video. A 90-minute film encoded at DVD quality required approximately 4.5 gigabytes of storage at dial-up speeds that would take roughly 108 hours to download. Broadband internet was present in fewer than 5% of American homes. The infrastructure for streaming simply did not exist, and no amount of vision could make it appear faster than the cable companies chose to lay the fiber. The DVD business, meanwhile, was extraordinarily profitable. Home video revenue had exceeded theatrical revenue for the first time in the 1980s, and by 2000 it represented the economic foundation of the Hollywood studio system. The studios were not being irrational when they protected it. They were protecting a revenue stream that had transformed their industry from a cyclical gamble into a predictable annuity. A theatrical release was a bet. A film could make $200 million or lose $40 million. Home video was a certainty. Every title, no matter how poorly it performed in theaters, generated DVD revenue. Blockbuster's physical retail model was not obviously broken. Its stores were profitable, its brand was dominant, and its management had successfully navigated the transition from VHS to DVD, a format transition that had killed smaller competitors. The problem was not that the executives were foolish. The problem was that they were optimizing for the world that existed, rather than building for the world that was coming. Reed Hastings understood something that the Blockbuster executives did not. He understood that the DVD was not the product. The product was convenience. The DVD was merely the best available delivery mechanism for convenience at that moment. Hastings had founded Netflix in 1997 with Mark Randolph, a direct mail marketing veteran, and the company had spent its first years perfecting the logistics of mailing DVDs. By 2005, Netflix had 4 million subscribers and a distribution network that could reach any address in the continental United States within 2 days. But Hastings was already preparing for the end of the DVD. He had watched the music industry destroy itself by fighting digital distribution rather than embracing it. He saw that the same pattern would repeat with video. The only question was whether Netflix would be the disruptor or the disrupted. In 2000, Hastings flew to Dallas to meet with John Antioco, the CEO of Blockbuster. He proposed a partnership. Netflix would run Blockbuster's online DVD rental business, and Blockbuster would promote Netflix in its stores. Antioco listened. He considered the proposal. He declined. The logic was clear from Blockbuster's perspective. Netflix had fewer than 300,000 subscribers. Blockbuster had 60 million member accounts and 9,000 stores. Why would the dominant company in an industry partner with a startup that had not yet proven its model? The question was reasonable. The answer was that the model would not be proven until it was too late to respond. The turning point came on January 16, 2007. On that day, Netflix announced that it would begin streaming films and television shows directly to computers at no additional charge as part of the existing DVD subscription. The offering was modest, 1,000 titles, not the full catalogue, and dependent on broadband that was still not universal. But the pattern was established: a fixed monthly fee, unlimited viewing, available instantly. The introduction of streaming-capable devices followed in rapid succession. The Roku box launched in May 2008, a small device that connected to a television and streamed Netflix content directly, no computer required. The Xbox 360 added a Netflix app in November 2008. The iPad launched in April 2010 with a Netflix app that allowed subscribers to watch on a portable screen with a touch interface. By 2010, Blockbuster was in bankruptcy. The company that had dominated home entertainment for 2 decades had been destroyed by a company that had started as a mail-order DVD service and had transformed itself into something its competitors could not imagine. The speed of the collapse was staggering. Blockbuster filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in September 2010. At that point, Netflix had 20 million subscribers and was adding them at a rate of 1 million per quarter. By 2013, Netflix was producing its own original content, beginning with House of Cards, a political drama starring Kevin Spacey and directed by David Fincher. Netflix had bid $100 million for 2 seasons of a show that no traditional network had been willing to commission. The strategy was based on data. Netflix knew that subscribers who had watched the original British version of House of Cards also watched films directed by David Fincher and films starring Kevin Spacey. The intersection of those 3 preferences was large enough to justify the investment. By 2015, Netflix had more subscribers than any cable network in the United States. The physical video rental industry, which had employed more than 100,000 people and generated more than $8 billion in annual revenue, effectively ceased to exist in less than a decade. The world after streaming is a world without friction. Content arrives on demand, the schedule is dead, the store is dead. The late fee is dead. The scarcity that defined entertainment for a century has been replaced by abundance, and abundance has its own problems. The problem of finding something to watch has replaced the problem of finding anything to watch. The anxiety of infinite choice has replaced the frustration of limited selection. Every solution creates a new problem. Every revolution creates a new orthodoxy. The streaming services that destroyed Blockbuster are now facing their own disruptors. The subscription model that seemed revolutionary is becoming expensive. The content libraries that seemed infinite are fragmenting. The algorithms that seemed magical are becoming predictable. The cycle does not end. The company that cannot imagine its own obsolescence will become obsolete. The industry that cannot imagine its own transformation will be transformed by someone else. The pattern is as old as technology itself. The lesson of streaming is not that physical media was doomed. The lesson is that the most dangerous assumption a successful company can make is that its customers are buying what it sells. Blockbuster believed it was in the business of renting movies. It was actually in the business of providing entertainment. Netflix understood that the business was not rental, but access, not ownership, but convenience. The customers did not want to drive to a store and pay a late fee. They wanted to watch what they wanted when they wanted. That desire had always existed. The technology to satisfy it had only just arrived. The critics who dismissed streaming were not stupid. They were looking at the world as it was, a world of slow connections, small screens, and profitable physical stores. What they could not see was the world as it would become, a world where bandwidth doubled every 18 months, where screens shrank and then grew again, where the cost of storage and transmission fell towards zero. The mistake was not in their analysis of the present. The mistake was in their assumption that the present would persist. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The world that streaming built was not merely a new distribution channel for old content. It was a restructuring of the fundamental relationship between audience and entertainment, a shift from scarcity to abundance, from schedule to on-demand, from ownership to access. The scheduled broadcast, that immovable pillar of 20th century culture, did not die in a single moment, but eroded over years, then decades, as viewers discovered that they no longer needed to be home at 8 o'clock on Tuesday to watch their favorite show. The DVD, which had replaced the VHS tape as the dominant physical format, followed the tape into obsolescence within a single decade. The video rental store, which had been a fixture of every American town, became a ghost of commerce, its fluorescent-lit aisles empty, its new release wall a monument to a way of watching that no longer existed. The scale of the transformation was difficult to grasp even as it happened. Netflix's subscriber base grew from 1 million in 2002 to 10 million in 2007, then to 33 million in 2011, then to 100 million in 2017. 278 million by 2025. Each doubling seemed impossible until it occurred. The company that had been laughed out of Blockbuster's boardroom in 2000 was spending $20 billion per year on content production by 2023, more than any film studio in history, more than any broadcast network, more than any cable conglomerate. It was not merely a distributor of other people's movies. It had become the largest producer of original entertainment in the world. Hollywood's relationship with the platform that had disrupted it followed the classic arc of denial, anger, acceptance, and dependency. In 2011, when Netflix acquired the streaming rights to the library of the Starz cable network for approximately $30 million per year, the deal was seen as a minor revenue stream for content owners who still believed the real money was in DVD sales and cable licensing. By 2018, the major studios were launching their own streaming services, Disney+, HBO Max, Peacock, Paramount+, in a desperate attempt to reclaim the direct relationship with consumers that they had conceded to Netflix. The irony was complete. The industry that had dismissed streaming as a gimmick was now spending billions to replicate the model it had rejected. The unintended consequences of this transformation were as profound as the intended ones. The shared cultural experience of the nation, watching the same show at the same time, the morning after conversation about the previous night's episode that had been a fixture of American life for half a century, fragmented into 1,000 algorithmic streams. Two people who subscribed to the same service might have watched none of the same content, their viewing habits shaped by recommendation algorithms that optimize for engagement rather than shared experience. The water cooler moment, that staple of workplace social life, became a relic of the broadcast era. The economics of entertainment were inverted. Under the broadcast model, the goal was to maximize the number of people watching a single program at a single time, because advertising rates were determined by audience size. Under the streaming model, the goal was to maximize the total number of hours watched across all content, because subscriber retention depended on the service being indispensable. A show watched by 10 million people over a year was more valuable than a show watched by 20 million people in a single night, because the long tail of viewing meant subscribers who kept coming back. The creators of content found their power shifting in unexpected ways. Under the broadcast model, a showrunner who delivered a hit series had leverage over the network. The show could be moved to a better time slot, renewed for additional seasons, or used as leverage for a more favorable contract. Under the streaming model, the showrunner had no leverage at all, because the platform owned the data, the algorithm, and the relationship with the audience. A show could be cancelled after a single season regardless of its popularity, because the platform's metrics, completion rate, new subscriber acquisition, churn reduction, were invisible to the public. The creators had traded the tyranny of the Nielsen ratings for the opacity of the black box. The lesson of the streaming revolution is not that physical retail was doomed. It is that the most dangerous assumption a dominant company can make is that its customers are buying what it sells. Blockbuster believed it was in the business of renting movies. It was actually in the business of providing entertainment. Netflix understood that the business was not rental but access, not ownership but convenience. The customers did not want to drive to a store and pay a late fee. They wanted to watch what they wanted when they wanted. That desire had always existed. The technology to satisfy it had only just arrived. The critics who dismissed streaming were not stupid. They were looking at the world as it was, a world of slow connections, small screens, and profitable physical stores. What they could not see was the world as it would become, a world where bandwidth doubled every 18 months, where screens shrank and then grew again, where the cost of storage and transmission fell towards zero. The mistake was not in their analysis of the present. The mistake was in their assumption that the present would persist. Today, the same pattern is repeating. The streaming services that disrupted Blockbuster are now the incumbents. They face the same pressures, rising content costs, subscriber saturation, the need to grow revenue without growing subscribers. The companies that will disrupt them are already being dismissed by the most credentialed experts in the industry. The executives who laughed at Netflix in 2000 are now the ones who cannot imagine a world without the subscription video on-demand model. They are intelligent people using the best available reasoning. That is what makes the pattern so difficult to see. The specific form of the next disruption is unknowable. It may be artificial intelligence generating personalized content in real time. It may be social video platforms that have already captured the attention of the youngest viewers. It may be a technology that does not yet exist. What is knowable is the pattern. The dominant company cannot see the threat, because the threat does not look like a competitor. It looks like a toy. It looks like a niche. It looks like something that nobody would pay for. The Blockbuster story is the purest example of the innovator's dilemma in the digital age. A dominant company that could see the threat, understood its implications, and chose not to respond because responding would have required cannibalizing its own most profitable revenue stream. Blockbuster did eventually launch an online DVD service and, later, a streaming service. Both were too late, underinvested, and hampered by the lobbying of its own franchise operators who feared the competition. The company that had the resources, the relationships, and the market position to own the future of entertainment chose to defend the past instead. Today, the industry is most confident that streaming has already been disrupted, that the disruption is over and the landscape is settled, are the streaming services themselves. The assumption that the current streaming model is the final model for entertainment delivery is precisely the assumption that Blockbuster made about physical retail in 2000. The executives who now dismiss the idea of a fundamentally different model are not fools. They are experts. They have data. They have market research. They have the confidence that comes from being right about the past. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The machine room hums with a sound that is almost alive. The air is cold and dry, circulated through filters that remove every particle of dust. The technicians wear white lab coats as though they are handling radioactive material. In a sense, they are. The machine behind the glass is an IBM System 370. It cost approximately $4 million. It fills an entire room. It requires a staff of trained operators working in shifts. The year is 1977. The most advanced computer in the world is not a device you own. It is a facility you visit. The quote arrives without warning, spoken by a voice that carries the weight of institutional authority. There is no reason for any individual to have a computer in their home. The speaker is Ken Olsen, founder and president of Digital Equipment Corporation, the second largest computer company in the world. This is not a man who hated computers. He had built his career making them smaller, cheaper, more accessible. How did the people who built the computer industry fail to see who would use it? The world before the personal computer was a world of rationed calculation. If you needed computational power, you did not simply sit down at a machine. You filled out a form. You submitted your deck of cards to a window. You waited, sometimes hours, sometimes days. The results came back as stacks of paper covered in alphanumeric characters. There was no screen. There was no keyboard in the modern sense. There was no mouse, no graphical interface, no way to interact with a machine in real time. The computer was not a tool. It was a service. You did not own it. You did not touch it. You submitted to it. The largest computers of the era, IBM System 370, Dexone PDP-10, cost hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. They required dedicated climate control, special electrical systems, and full-time operators who had completed months of training. They were owned by corporations, government agencies, universities, and the military. Access was a privilege granted by institutional authority. You did not decide to use a computer. Your employer or your professor decided that you needed one. The idea that an ordinary person, someone with no technical training, no institutional affiliation, and no specific computational problem to solve, might want a computer at home required imagining an entirely different relationship between human beings and machines. In 1977, computers computed. They did not communicate. They did not store photographs. They did not play music. They did not allow strangers to exchange messages. What problem exactly did the home computer solve? The typewriter existed for creating documents. The telephone existed for communication. The television existed for entertainment. The refrigerator existed for food storage. The washing machine existed for laundry. Every home appliance solved a specific, identifiable problem. The computer solved no problem that the average person had ever experienced. This was not a failure of imagination. It was a reasonable conclusion from the available evidence. The men who would change this understanding were not industry executives. They were not university researchers with government grants. Stephen Wozniak designed the Apple I in the garage of his parents' house while working as an engineer at Hewlett-Packard. He showed his design to his employer and offered them the rights. Hewlett-Packard declined 5 times. The company that would later define the culture of Silicon Valley concluded that a personal computer had no market. The design that would change the world was given away by the company that employed its creator because the company could not imagine who would want it. Steve Jobs could imagine it. The Apple II, launched in 1977, was the first mass-market personal computer. It arrived as a complete machine, a keyboard, a color display, software that ordinary people could use without technical training. It was not the most powerful computer available. It was not the cheapest. It was the first that seemed to belong to a person rather than an institution. VisiCalc, the first spreadsheet program, launched on the Apple II in 1979. It demonstrated for the first time that a personal computer had a practical application that a business person who was not a programmer could actually use. The spreadsheet was not a tool for computing, it was a tool for thinking. It allowed a person to ask, "What if?" to change one number and watch the entire model recalculate. IBM's response, the IBM Personal Computer, launched in August 1981, was itself a revelation of how the computer industry misunderstood what it had built. IBM used off-the-shelf components and published an open architecture intending to enter the market quickly. They succeeded in entering the market. The open architecture they published created the clone industry that eventually made IBM irrelevant to the personal computer business. The critics of personal computing were not fools. Ken Olsen was not a Luddite. He had built Digital Equipment Corporation from a startup into the second largest computer company in the world. He had pioneered the minicomputer, the machine that made computing accessible to departments and laboratories rather than only to corporate data centers. He understood computers better than almost anyone alive, and he was wrong. The mistake was not a failure of intelligence. It was a failure of imagination. Olsen and his peers could calculate the market for home computers based on the known uses of existing computers. They calculated that the number of people who needed to perform complex calculations at home was vanishingly small. They were correct. What they could not calculate was the number of people who would want to write documents, send messages, share photographs, play games, watch films, read books, find directions, order food, meet strangers, fall in love, and build businesses using a machine that happened to perform calculations as a side effect of doing all these other things. The personal computer succeeded not because it solved the problem of computation, but because it solved no problem that anyone had previously experienced. It created new problems that people did not know they had until the solution appeared. The lesson is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that expertise is always bounded by experience. Olsen could not imagine the home computer because the home computer did not yet exist. The uses it would serve had not been invented. The people who built the mainframe era were not wrong about the present. They were wrong about the future, and the future, as it always does, arrived from a direction they were not watching. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. Olsen could not imagine the home computer because the home computer did not yet exist. The uses it would serve had not been invented. The people who built the mainframe era were not wrong about the present. They were wrong about the future, and the future, as it always does, arrived from a direction they were not watching. Stephen Wozniak was 25 years old in 1975, an engineer at Hewlett-Packard who designed calculators for a living. On his own time, in the evenings and weekends, he designed a computer that used a microprocessor, the MOS Technology 6502, and connected to a television set as a display. He showed the design to his employer. He offered them the rights. Hewlett-Packard declined. They declined 5 times. The reasoning was consistent and, by the standards of the time, entirely reasonable. Hewlett-Packard made instruments for professionals. A computer that could not run existing software, that required a television as a display, that had no keyboard and no storage, this was not a product. It was a hobbyist's experiment. The company that employed the designer of the personal computer gave away the design that would change the world because the company could not imagine who would want it. Steve Jobs, Wozniak's partner from their high school years, could imagine it. Jobs had no technical training. He had dropped out of Reed College after 1 semester. He had traveled to India seeking enlightenment. He had worked at Atari, the video game company, where he had absorbed the lesson that machines could be designed for ordinary people, that the computer did not have to be a cold, institutional object. What Jobs understood, and what the mainframe industry did not, was that the computer could be an appliance. It could be something you bought at a store, carried home in a box, plugged into a wall, and used without reading a manual. The Apple II, launched in April 1977 at the West Coast Computer Fair, was the first mass-market personal computer. It came with a keyboard, a color display, and software that ordinary people could use. It had 8 expansion slots inside the case, which meant that anyone could add hardware, a printer, a modem, a floppy drive, without understanding the internal architecture. The machine sold for $1,298 with 4 kilobytes of memory, roughly $6,500 in 2025 dollars. It was not cheap. But it was a complete system. It did not require soldering. It did not require programming. It required only that the user plug it in and turn it on. The machine that proved the personal computer had a practical application was not the Apple II itself, but a program that ran on it. VisiCalc, created by Dan Bricklin and Bob Frankston and released in 1979, was the first electronic spreadsheet. It allowed a user to create a table of numbers, define relationships between cells, and see the results update instantly when any number changed. For the first time, a business person who was not a programmer had a reason to own a computer. The spreadsheet automated what had been done by hand with paper ledgers and calculators. It allowed what-if analysis, changing one number and seeing the cascade of consequences across an entire financial model that had been practically impossible before. The Apple II became a business machine not because Apple designed it for business, but because VisiCalc gave business a reason to buy it. The market that the mainframe industry had dismissed as non-existent was created by a piece of software written by 2 graduate students. IBM's response to the Apple II was the IBM Personal Computer, launched on August 12, 1981. The decision was made in secret by a team in Boca Raton, Florida, operating outside IBM's normal product development process. They were given 12 months to bring a product to market. To meet that deadline, they made 2 decisions that would reshape the industry. First, they used off-the-shelf components, an Intel 8088 processor, Microsoft's operating system, rather than developing proprietary parts. Second, they published the technical specifications, creating an open architecture that anyone could copy. IBM intended to enter the personal computer market quickly. They succeeded. The open architecture they published created the clone industry, Compaq, Dell, Gateway, and dozens of others, that eventually made IBM irrelevant to the personal computer business. The critics of the personal computer were not limited to Ken Olsen. The institutional resistance was broader and deeper. IBM's own internal studies in the late 1970s had projected a total worldwide market for personal computers of approximately 250,000 units over 5 years. The mainframe manufacturers, IBM, DEC, Wang, Data General, had built their businesses on the premise that computing was a professional discipline requiring trained operators and institutional resources. The personal computer was, from their perspective, a toy, underpowered, impractical, useful for games and hobbyists, but not for serious work. Hewlett-Packard's 5 refusals to license Wozniak's design were not aberrations. They reflected the consensus view of every established computer company in the early 1970s. The hobbyist market, the homebrew computer club, the early enthusiasts who built their own machines from kits, was not seen as the leading edge of a mass market. It was seen as a fringe. The Altair 8800, which appeared on the cover of Popular Electronics in January 1975 and is often credited as the catalyst for the personal computer revolution, was understood by the industry as a sophisticated toy for electronics enthusiasts. The possibility that the 12-year-old who built an Altair kit in 1975 was the leading edge of a market that would eventually include everyone was not part of the industry's strategic thinking. The critics sounded reasonable because they were reasoning from the evidence they had. In 1975, a personal computer had no software library, it had no standard operating system, it had no reliable mass storage. It had no network, it had no customer support. The machines that hobbyists built from kits crashed frequently, had no technical support, and required a level of technical competence that excluded 99% of the population. The mainframe industry looked at this evidence and concluded that the personal computer would remain a niche product for enthusiasts. They were correct about the present. They were wrong about the trajectory. The turning point came not with a single product, but with a cascade of innovations that built on each other. The graphical user interface, developed at Xerox PARC in the 1970s and commercialized by Apple in the Macintosh in 1984, eliminated the need to learn commands. The mouse eliminated the need to type. The laser printer, also developed at Xerox PARC, made it possible to produce professional quality documents from a desktop machine. The modem made it possible to connect to other computers. Each innovation solved a problem that the previous generation of personal computers had created. By 1985, the personal computer was no longer a hobbyist's toy. It was a tool for writing, calculating, designing, and communicating. The scale of the change is difficult to comprehend from the other side of it. By 2015, there were approximately 2 billion personal computers in use worldwide. The smartphone, which is a personal computer in a different form, added another 3 billion devices. The supercomputer that filled a room in 1977 is now in the pocket of every person in this room. The machine that Deck dismissed as irrelevant is the device on which this documentary was written, edited, and distributed. The unintended consequences are still unfolding. The personal computer created a new form of literacy, digital literacy, that has become as essential as reading and writing. It created a new economy, the information economy, that has replaced manufacturing as the engine of growth in developed nations. It created new forms of work, new forms of play, new forms of community, and new forms of isolation. The machine that was dismissed as a toy has become the central artifact of modern life. The lesson of the personal computer is not that experts are always wrong. The lesson is that expertise is always bounded by experience. Olsen could not imagine the home computer because the home computer did not yet exist. The uses it would serve had not been invented. The people who built the mainframe era were not wrong about the present. They were wrong about the future. And the future, as it always does, arrived from a direction they were not watching. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The early personal computers gave substantial support to the skeptic's position. The Apple I, when it shipped in 1976, was a circuit board, bare green fiberglass with a processor, memory chips, and a handful of connectors. It came with no case, no keyboard, no power supply, and no software. The buyer was expected to provide all of these, to wire them together, and to write their own programs in a language called BASIC, that was itself stored on a cassette tape. The machine had 4 kilobytes of memory, expandable to 8. It could display text on a television. It had no sound, no graphics, no storage beyond the cassette recorder, and no way to connect to any other machine. The Apple II, launched in April 1977, was a more complete machine. It came in a beige plastic case with a built-in keyboard and a power supply. It could display color graphics. It had 8 expansion slots for adding peripherals. It was, by any measure, the most sophisticated personal computer yet offered to the general public. But it still required significant user sophistication by later standards. Programs were loaded from cassette tape, a process that took minutes and failed as often as it succeeded. The floppy disk drive, when it arrived in 1978, improved the situation but added several $100s to the price. There was no hard drive. Memory was measured in kilobytes, 16 kilobytes in the base model, expandable to 48. The machines crashed regularly. The software ecosystem was primitive. A few games, a word processor called Electric Pencil, a spreadsheet called VisiCalc that would not arrive until 1979. The question of what a non-technical person in 1977 would actually do with a personal computer every day was genuinely difficult to answer. The established computer companies were not wrong, that the early machines were underpowered and impractical for serious computation. Digital Equipment Corporation, under Ken Olsen, had built its reputation on the PDP series, mini computers that were smaller and cheaper than mainframes, but still cost tens of thousands of dollars and required trained operators. The PDP-8, introduced in 1965, was the size of a refrigerator. The PDP-11, introduced in 1970, was the size of a filing cabinet. These were real computers, used by real businesses and research institutions, running real operating systems with real programming languages. Compared to these machines, the Apple II was a toy. It had no multitasking, it had no memory protection, it had no hard drive. It could not run any of the software that businesses actually used. The skeptics were not wrong about the present. They were wrong about what the present would become. They imagined the personal computer as a small version of the machines they already knew, a miniaturized tool for the same tasks: computation, data processing, scientific calculation. They could not imagine that the computer would evolve from a computation device into a communication device, an entertainment platform, a creative tool, and ultimately the primary medium through which most human commercial and social activity would be conducted. The word processing program, the spreadsheet, the database, the web browser, the email client, the video game, the streaming service, the social network, none of them existed in 1977. The skeptics were not failing to recognize a future. They were failing to imagine that the machine itself would create the future. The turning point arrived from a direction the skeptics had not anticipated. When IBM, the most respected name in computing, the company that had built the mainframe industry, announced the IBM personal computer on August 12, 1981, the nature of the personal computer changed overnight. IBM had not invented the personal computer. It had not produced the best personal computer. The IBM PC used an Intel 888 processor running at 4.77 MHz with 16 kilobytes of memory expandable to 256. It had no graphics beyond text display. It had no sound beyond a built-in speaker that could produce beeps. It was not technically superior to the Apple II or the Commodore PET or the Tandy TRS-80, but it carried the IBM logo. Every corporate IT department in America understood that when IBM entered a market, that market was real. The IBM PC's architecture was open. IBM published the technical specifications, allowing other companies to build compatible machines and compatible software. This decision, intended to speed market adoption, created an ecosystem that IBM would eventually lose control of. Compaq produced the first fully compatible clone in 1983. By 1985, dozens of companies were producing IBM-compatible personal computers. The PC clone market drove prices down and capabilities up. The machine that had been dismissed as a toy was becoming a commodity, as ubiquitous as the typewriter it was replacing. The Macintosh, launched on January 24, 1984, with the famous Super Bowl advertisement that positioned Apple against IBM's institutional dominance, introduced the graphical user interface and the mouse to a mass market. For the first time, a computer could be operated by pointing and clicking rather than typing commands. The barrier between the machine and the non-technical user collapsed. A child could use a Macintosh. A grandmother could use a Macintosh. The personal computer was no longer a tool for hobbyists and programmers. It was becoming an appliance. The killer applications arrived in stages. VisiCalc, launched in 1979 on the Apple II, demonstrated that a personal computer could do something useful for a business person who was not a programmer. It turned the computer from a calculator into a financial modeling tool. WordPerfect, launched in 1982, and Lotus 123, launched in 1983, drove corporate adoption through the mid-1980s. Desktop publishing, enabled by the combination of the Macintosh and the LaserWriter printer in 1985, demonstrated creative utility. The personal computer could design pages, set type, and produce finished documents that looked professional. The World Wide Web, after Tim Berners-Lee released its protocols in 1991, and the Mosaic browser made it accessible in 1993, transformed the personal computer from a standalone productivity device into a connected communication platform. The machine that had been dismissed as unnecessary for the home became the home's connection to the world. Email, newsgroups, chat rooms, online shopping, online banking, online research, the functions accumulated faster than the skeptics could revise their predictions. By 1995, the question was no longer whether anyone would want a computer at home. The question was how anyone could function without one. The unintended consequences arrived with ubiquity. The personal computer created new forms of work: the programmer, the web designer, the digital marketer, the data analyst, and destroyed old ones: the typist, the compositor, the file clerk, the travel agent. It enabled remote work and blurred the boundary between office and home. It created the information economy that replaced manufacturing as the engine of growth in developed nations. It concentrated wealth in the hands of those who understood the machine and excluded those who did not. The digital divide, The gap between those who had access to the personal computer and those who did not became a new axis of inequality, as consequential as the gap between the literate and the illiterate. The personal computer also created new forms of play. Video games evolved from simple text adventures into immersive worlds. Social media transformed the personal computer from a tool into a stage. Streaming services turned it into a cinema. The machine that Ken Olsen could not imagine anyone wanting in their home now sits in more than 2 billion homes worldwide. It is in pockets, in purses, on desks, on laps, on nightstands. It is the first thing many people reach for in the morning and the last thing they put down at night. It has become the central artifact of modern life, the device through which work, commerce, communication, entertainment, and increasingly identity itself are mediated. The lesson of the personal computer is not that experts are always wrong. It is that expertise is always bounded by experience. Ken Olsen could not imagine the home computer because the home computer did not yet exist. The uses it would serve had not been invented. The applications that would justify its presence in every home, the web browser, the email client, the social network, the streaming service, they were unconceived. The skeptics were not failing to predict the future. They were failing to imagine that the machine itself would create the future. The people who built the mainframe era were not wrong about the present. They were wrong about the future. And the future, as it always does, arrived from a direction they were not watching. It arrived from a garage in Los Altos, from a bedroom in a Boston dormitory, from a research lab in Switzerland, from 1,000 small workshops and home offices and hacker spaces, where people who did not know that something was impossible went ahead and built it anyway. Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise. The personal computer did not merely change how work was done, it changed who could do it. Before the desktop, the act of publishing, of turning words into printed pages, required a chain of specialists: the writer, the editor, the typesetter, the layout artist, the printer, the distributor. Each link in the chain added cost and time and gatekeeping. A book that could not find a publisher did not exist. A newsletter that could not afford a typesetter remained a stack of typewritten pages. A business proposal that needed professional formatting required a trip to a print shop and a week of waiting. The Macintosh, launched in 1984, combined a graphical user interface with a laser printer that could render type at 300 dots per inch, a resolution that, for the first time, matched the quality of professional typesetting. Aldus PageMaker, released in 1985, allowed a single person to lay out text and images on a screen exactly as they would appear on the printed page. The term was WYSI, what you see is what you get, and it described a revolution. The person who had something to say no longer needed anyone's permission to say it in print. The spreadsheet did the same for numbers. Before VisiCalc, financial modeling meant paper ledgers, calculators, and teams of accountants working for days to answer a single question: what happens to our profit if we raise prices by 5%? The spreadsheet reduced that question to a formula entered once and recalculated instantly. Dan Bricklin, the co-creator of VisiCalc, had been a student at Harvard Business School when he imagined a programmable calculator that could recalculate an entire financial model when any single number changed. The idea was so obvious in retrospect that it seemed impossible that it had not existed before. It had not existed because the machine to run it had not existed. The personal computer created the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet sold the personal computer. The Apple II had been a hobbyist's machine before VisiCalc. After VisiCalc, it became a business tool. The application created the market. The skeptics had been right that nobody needed a computer at home. They had been wrong because they could not see that the computer would create the things that would make it necessary. The word processor eliminated the distinction between writing and publishing. Before WordStar and WordPerfect and Microsoft Word, a document existed in two states: the draft, typed or handwritten, and the final version, professionally typed or typeset. The draft was provisional, the final was fixed. The boundary between them was a physical act of transcription. Someone had to retype the entire document to incorporate changes. The word processor made every document a draft until the moment the user chose to print. Text could be moved, deleted, inserted, reformatted, and restructured without retyping a single word. The physical effort of revision, the cost of changing your mind, dropped to zero. The consequence was not merely faster typing. It was better thinking. Writers who could revise without penalty revised more. The sentence that was not quite right, the paragraph that belonged in a different section, the argument that needed restructuring, each of these became a trivial act of editing rather than a significant act of labor. When the internet arrived, the personal computer became something else entirely. It became a terminal through which individuals could access the combined knowledge of civilization. It became a printing press, a broadcasting station, a marketplace, a library, a theater, a meeting hall, and a telephone exchange, all of them connected, all of them accessible from a single device on a single desk. The combination of the personal computer and the internet produced a transformation that neither technology could have achieved alone. The computer provided the interface and the local processing power. The internet provided the connection to everyone and everything else. Together, they created a network of individuals who could communicate, collaborate, create, and transact without the mediation of institutions. The barriers between producer and consumer, between professional and amateur, between institution and individual, barriers that had structured human creative and commercial life for centuries, were dismantled by a machine that Ken Olsen believed nobody would want in their home. The democratization of computing was also the democratization of production. Anyone with a computer could publish a newsletter, a magazine, a book. Anyone with a computer could compose music, edit video, design graphics, create software. Anyone with a computer and an internet connection could sell to customers anywhere in the world, could broadcast their voice to an audience of any size, could organize with strangers around a shared cause, could learn any subject from the best teachers in the world. The tools of creation and distribution that had once required capital, space, and institutional access were compressed into a single device that fit on a desk and cost less than a month's rent. The consequence was a proliferation of voices, of products, of ideas, of enterprises that was unprecedented in human history. The smartphone was the personal computer distilled. It was the machine that Ken Olsen said nobody would want, reduced to a device that fit in a pocket and that more than 6 billion people now carry. It was a computer, a camera, a telephone, a map, a library, a bank, a compass, a newspaper, a television, a record store, a game console, a flashlight, a calendar, a health monitor, and a connection to every other human being who carried one. The smartphone was not a new category of device. It was the logical endpoint of the trajectory that began in a garage in Los Altos in 1975. The personal computer had been trying to become personal since its invention. The smartphone succeeded because it removed the last barrier, the desk. The computer that lived in your pocket was always with you, always connected, always ready. It was the machine that the skeptics had dismissed, perfected. The lesson of personal computing closes the series at the point where it began. Lord Kelvin could not imagine the airplane because he had never seen one. Ken Olsen could not imagine the personal computer because he had seen too many. He knew exactly what computers were and what they were for, and what they were for was not sitting in someone's home. Expert knowledge, in every era, creates the framework within which new information is interpreted. That framework is both the source of the expert's authority and the boundary of their imagination. The technologies that escape that boundary, the ones that are dismissed as impossible, impractical, or simply unnecessary, are precisely the ones that redefine what possible and practical and necessary mean for the next generation. This has happened 8 times in 2 centuries, in domains ranging from mechanical engineering to biology to entertainment. It is happening now. The question is not whether the pattern will repeat, it always repeats. The question is which confident expert prediction, made today with full institutional authority and technical competence, will be the Lord Kelvin quote of 2050. Which technology, dismissed as impossible or impractical or unnecessary, will become the airplane of the next century? Which inventor, working in obscurity against the consensus of the credentialed, will be vindicated by a world that cannot yet imagine what they are building? Every generation believes it can recognize the impossible. History suggests otherwise.